Hello everyone, and welcome back to Dragon's Breath. Oh shit, I forgot to do something.
It just wouldn't be a Leo stream without it.
Robin, I apologize, but this week, your portrait, not your character token, but your portrait is still, displayed as Seren. So
That's
apologies for that. I will sort that out for the next session. Wow. That started off real strong, didn't it? Just immediate failure right from the beginning. Let's go for attempt number 2 on this, shall we? Hello, and welcome back everyone to another fantastic episode of Dragon's Breath. Before we get into tonight's adventure, I have just a few credits that I need to show you all so that I can give, well, credit to the fantastic artists and support members that help make Dragon's Breath as awesome as it is. Starting with Forgotten Adventures from forgotten-adventures.net or at FRGTN Adventures on Twitter for providing map assets. Huge thank you to even Ian Fisher, also known as Tabletop RPG Music, whom you can find on patreon.com/tabletop-RPG-music or at TTRPG_music on Twitter for music and ambiance. Michael Gelfie also provided music and ambiance for this adventure, and you can find them over at youtube.com/Michael Gelfie or patreon.com/Michael Gelfie and on Twitter at Michael Gelfie. A huge, everlasting thank you to Rictus from at Art of Rictus on Twitter for providing all of the player character art that you've seen throughout this adventure. Maps that have been used most recently, including that of the Woodland Manse, the Circle of Thunder, where we're currently stationed, and the Tower of Storms. If that ends up happening, who knows, are all provided by Uchidesi34, whom you can find on Reddit at reddit.com/u/Uchideshi34. And lastly, a huge thank you to Jeff, or at Jeffadaf, for providing all the editing. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's all thanks to Jeff. This streamed adventure is unofficial fan content permitted under the fan content policy, not approved or endorsed by Wizards. Portions of the materials used are properties of Wizards of the Coast, copyright Wizards of the Coast, LLC. And with that out of the way, if I click this button, hopefully that did, it did. It's rid of the little pop-ups on the stream view. Look at that. We've had a bit of an upgrade. So, would anyone like to recount? I couldn't decide between recount or regale then. Would anyone like to regale us of the tales of what happened in our previous session? Or am I gonna have to bully someone?
I went into a cave as an elf and discovered that my companions could not sit still for the life of them.
I went in as an elf and came out a dwarf.
This cave is incredible.
So, you all spoke with an orc whose name I recall to be
Yargoth.
that of Yargoth. I knew, I was getting there.
You helped me out last time with the names.
I legit managed to get it there just as you said it. I'd opened up the notes and just saw Yargoth Patrol written there, so I'd got it. You sat within this cave with Yargoth, who spoke to you mostly in Orcish, saying that you had a trial that you must complete, a trial of trust. After some time sat in the chamber, he pulls the necklace from around his neck and hands it to Owen, who ponders it for a moment before Bridge says, "Mind if I have a look at that?" Cutting off a lock of their hair and affixing it to the necklace. After various members of the party all offer a trinket of their trust, an item that has a significant value to them, to Yargoth he is appeased. They pass the trial and are now welcomed as honorary members of the orcish name for Boar Protector clan. Should've written that one down. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, look. DM's best pleasure is when the party takes notes. So that I don't have to. I believe it was after this that you all discussed the travel back to Waterdeep, where you would take Yargoth, as well as his 2 companion friends that apparently spoke common and would be a translator in the exchange to come with the Blackstaff, that being Flens and Narroks. So, if there's nothing that you guys would like to do on the way, we can sort of zoop forward a little bit to the arrival at Waterdeep.
I believe the journey is going to be loud because Rhian and Junior are going to be talking a lot about stories that they've shared and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Does any of that travel time or heading to Waterdeep, that kind of thing, does that afford us a long rest?
We'll say for those that are riding, like, is pillion the right word? So, like, on the back of someone else who's controlling the horse.
Oh, if we're just riding straight there, then probably not. Like that's fine. I was just curious.
We had established that before we were leaving, we were taking a day of rest anyway.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fair enough. In which case...
So bottom line between here and there, yes. Okay.
In which case, this leads me nicely to, unfortunately for 4 of you, asking if everyone except Sildan could please move their way down to the secondary room.
Okay.
This requires a certain audioscape. So, firstly, way too fucking loud. Sildan, as you begin your meditative ritual to, begin your rest for this eve, the DM will find his notes in regard to this exact thing. I read a whole thing. Your vision begins to flare with countless fast-moving, hard-to-make-out events to come. As you begin to focus, the visions go black. You find yourself stood in complete darkness. Then, out of the corner of your eye, off in the distance, you notice a slow, rhythmic light in the distance.
Can I move towards it?
You certainly can. And as you move closer towards the source of this light, you see and hear a circular stone wall begin to form brick by brick around you in this light. You find yourself now in a stone chamber, hearing a heartbeat thump in rhythm, pulsing to the light. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. You look around the chamber. There you see several figures that are hard to make out. The vision begins to play in slow motion before you as you walk around and examine the events occurring. That pulsing light that you saw reveals itself to be a giant, disembodied, beating heart, floating in the center of this room, exuding an arcane energy that you're unfamiliar with. You see a number of clouded figures, one of which reaching out slowly to touch the heart. The other figures in the room scrambling to stop the individual. As the figure touches the heart, it erupts with an overwhelming presence. Darkness begins to cloud your vision and you begin to panic, grasping for air but finding none. You can feel yourself losing consciousness as your lungs cry out for air, your eyes begin to roll back and your body falls cold. And you feel an icy grasp begin to work its way from your fingertips up your arm and across your body. You hear the roar of a dragon's wings begin to beat in the distance and grow closer and closer and closer. You finally manage to force air into your lungs, and the vision recedes and rewinds and plays out once more. This time, you see the clouded figures leave the heart alone, but an overwhelming sadness overtakes you. The vision fast forwards to an open grassy plain, the aftermath of a battle to come. You see many bodies lay broken, unmoving. Junior, then Fridge, Owen, and even the Blackstaff, and then finally, yourself. This vision has provided you with two possible actions and their outcomes. This heart can either be destroyed and bring chaos and darkness, or ignored at the potential cost of you and your friends' lives. It's at this moment that you awaken from your meditative state. The other non-humans around you, which I guess is everyone now, or elves, around you, which I guess is everyone now, still resting in their long sleep. You notice your arms are wet as you've awoken in a cold sweat, panicked and worried. With that, if it's cool with you, I'm going to bring everyone else back in.
Sounds good.
So, obviously,
Good stuff.
that was one of the important things.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Ah, I got yanked.
You did. So, during your little rest, was anyone taking watch?
I mean, after that, I will for the rest of the time.
Sure, but
Do we need? I thought we were in the presence of, like, we were doing this in the presence of the orcs we just made friends with.
true, but I wanted to provide the option.
Fair enough. I guess, yeah.
I'm not necessarily like, well, I guess I could help. I'm sure they set up a watch too, but, you know.
So, could I have who's doing the first watch, which would be the first 2 hours of the long rest here?
I can take it.
Cool. Can I have you, as you make your way out to the front of the cave, and you sit, perhaps out in the breeze, as the wind blows quite steadily over the grassy plains here and weaving in and out between the trees, can I have you make a perception check? At advantage, because you've got an orc friend who is helping you.
So that's just rolled twice, right?
Correct, and take the highest.
Did it roll properly? I got a 12 and an 11. Take that what you will.
Huh. You... Well, sat out on your watch. It's still fairly light at this point. I think. You guys come here at, like, daylight, right? Initially?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's still fairly light at this point, so most of the birds are still chirping, animals doing their usual thing. And after being sat here for a moment, you see a little friend begin to scurry and dart their way up towards you. It's a little grey squirrel who comes up to you, sits down before you, and begins doing a pawing, sort of almost begging fashion in front of you.
I haven't got a whole lot on.
Stamps on it.
Yeah, I haven't got a whole lot on me. I'll break up some of the rations I've got and just throw it, close.
Nice. In doing so, the squirrel hastily grabs a few bits of the ration, stuffs it in his cheeks, and scurries back into the woods. But other than that, your watch goes pretty uneventfully. Whom are you waking for the second part?
Is Sal done with his thing now?
It would be 4 hours for his meditative state.
Okay. I'll wake up Junior.
Okay. Junior, could I have you, as you make your way out to where Fridge had just set watch, could I have you make a perception check for me, at advantage, as you have an orc friend aiding you.
Sorry, working on it.
Yeah, no worries.
Uh, 17.
17. Yes, you can, Shay. We'll get to that in the next section of the watch, if that's cool with you.
Yep.
17. Similarly to how Fridge's watch went off, yours goes mostly uninterrupted until you're looking at the sun and you're thinking to yourself, enough time has passed. It's the end of my watch, surely. You hear heavy breathing from within the cave.
Oh, good. Okay. I'll pop my head around then. Does it sound like snoring or something?
It is not. It is, as you get further into the cave, you hear it's more of a panicked, almost gasping for air.
Oh, okay, let's speed up a bit.
Yeah, as you make your way into where everyone is currently resting, you see Sildan has just jutted up from their sleep in a cold sweat, panic clearly in their eyes.
Right, this Silky? Bad nightmares?
Kind of like smooths out his robe. Yes, nothing I can do much about.
Well, not for me to judge you, but let me just give you a little bit of advice. Keeping secrets from this group doesn't usually end well. Take it from someone who knows.
Oh, I appreciate that. No, it's more that, well, it hasn't come to pass yet.
Future dreams?
Hmm.
You know, you did say that
I'll make sure we're...
when we first met, you said that you had some dreams about us.
Sometimes a glimpse here or there.
Pretty dope.
Right. Not to worry, Junior. I'll make sure that we're as well prepared as possible.
Yeah, you get no judgment from me, buddy. Hey, seeing as you're up, You want to take this watch?
Of course. He stands and heads out to the mouth of the cave.
Cool. Can I have you make 2 checks for me? One being a perception check with advantage, and the other being the magic check that we previously agreed upon. For identifying, that is.
Right, it wasn't either or, right? It's regardless. Hello, perception. I don't know. I don't think that I can tell it to do advantage here, so I'll just 17.
17. While partially distracted during the first half of your watch here, focusing on this object of potential arcane energy, not much else goes on.
Oh, okay.
The item, however, I have now just linked to you.
Oh, I should have said it. This was my perception check of 17. I made 2 rolls because advantage on perception, right? Perception was 17.
Yes.
That's my Arcana check. So you might delete that link, depending on if that's good enough.
Well, you were attuning to it regardless, eh?
No? I think you need to know what a thing is before you attune to it, right?
Well, you can spend an hour with a thing, attempting to attune with it, and then, generally speaking, if it is an attunable item, it would, attune as such. Let me just double check to make sure it is an attunable item.
Yeah, I thought you had to know what it did before you attuned to it. Regardless, absolutely not if I don't know what it does.
Fair.
That hat looks nice. Attunes to it. Dies.
Fair. Working with it for the first half of the hour of your watch, you are unable to ascertain the magical properties of this item.
No doubt because I was so distracted.
Yes, no doubt because you were so distracted. Are you taking the second half of the watch also, as you've already completed your long rest, or would you like to awaken someone?
No, I'll take the watch. I'm good to go. Also, I don't think Sildan wants to go back to any sort of meditative trance.
No, that's fair, but you could, do the last part of the watch with someone else as well,
Yeah, he's not going to do that. He's going to let people get some extra rest, considering it seems like what we're building towards.
Yeah, that's fair. So, could I have you make a final perception check with advantage, the last part of your watch?
18.
Very nice. You notice, atop the hill, 2 orcs currently led, watching as the day turns to a dusk. And they talk in orcish, sadly of which you don't understand, but suddenly it goes quiet. And then you hear footsteps growing closer to you, and closer, and closer.
From inside the cave or outside?
From the top of the mountain down, grassy footsteps.
Do I see anything?
As you turn around, you see that it is in fact two orcish individuals, one of which you initially mistake for a dwarven figure, but then you see the tusks and the orcish features, and you're like, oh, okay. They introduce themselves, and this is the previously mentioned orcs, who,
Two translators.
yeah, Narix and what's his face? Actual
Lens.
names. Who?
Lens, right? Sorry, have I written that down wrong?
Yes, thank you. See, fucking note takers, man, they're great. Love it. Girlfriend, you deal with magic, correct?
That's me.
What is the item that you play with?
Oh, this thing? He kind of holds up the staff. Not quite sure yet. It hasn't revealed its secrets to me.
May I?
Oh, sure. What are allies for? He hands it to the orc.
The orc is going to make a check to see if they can ascertain what this item does for you. That would be an Arcana check. Normal.
Can't believe this orc did that
Natural
without
one.
you taking a long rest. What a cheater.
Well, they've been resting alongside you guys. He's just been led at the top of the mound for the entire time you guys have been here. What,
I'm
think
just
he
giving you a tough time. I won't turn down a free Arcana check to see what the staff is.
It's a natural one. So,
Cool. I got a
Sadly,
2.
he
That's
hands-
rough, buddy.
Yeah, he hands it back to you and, it sure is pretty.
Quite. Well, it must be quite powerful to be so elusive.
What?
Oh, you know, just we can't figure it out.
Oh. That's a new word. I like that one. Elusive. And for the rest of your watch, he'll occasionally mutter it to himself and chuckle.
He'll elusive date himself.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a private message sent
Yeah, I
from
saw it.
Owen.
I saw
That's
it too. Wonderful.
For people listening, it says Owen sleeping with Identify prepared, and there's just a Homer image of him cuddled up in blankets. God damn it. Whatever, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm also going to make 2 rolls. 1, I hate this game.
Have I finally passed on my bad luck rolls?
I can still use the small one. I just hate these middling rolls.
Yeah. But it could come in handy. Who knows?
Yeah.
So, with that, you all slowly begin to awake from your rest. One by one, begin to make preparations to travel to Waterdeep.
Oh. Well, I tell you what, it definitely beats sleeping without a gag in.
I'm sorry, what?
You know, I had a gag in my mouth. It's nice to sleep without a gag in.
Yeah, we've all been teenagers once.
Fridge is just gonna swig from their coffee flask. They're dying already.
Oh, right. So, what we doing?
What time is it?
What time did you get here?
Probably like midday, right? I imagine we went in the morning to that place to kill the orcs and stuff. And then we travelled back to their camp, so how long would that take us?
Well, we were only in the room for an hour, weren't we?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
And then we feasted.
probably late into the dusk or early into the night.
night road trips are the best. Although also the most dangerous. But so pretty.
And potentially deadly. So,
So
well, go ahead.
are we doing this now or later?
Are you still feeling rough?
Feeling sleepy.
After 8 hours?
Had a busy week. Been a lot of heavy lifting that everyone's been doing.
Well, yeah, why do you think I woke you up instead of Owen?
Thanks for that.
Wow. Hey. Here it was me thinking that you trusted me.
No. Well, I mean, if we're gonna rest
Junior
here
swallows his sadness.
some more, this is the safest place to do it.
Our translators are here.
We're probably not gonna get any more rest for quite a while yet, as Junior so eloquently pointed out.
What is eloquently?
Well, this is gonna be a whole thing, huh? Nicely.
Oh, I like that. That's a good word. Eloquently. And he'll repeat that to himself a few times.
Am I right in thinking that they're coming with us as well?
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Oh,
Oh, and I'll sit up. Right then.
Virgil hand over the coffee flask to Owen.
He'll give it a sniff, just to be sure. I'll take a swig and pass it back.
And Virgil go off to replenish it if it looks like it's empty. Or emptying.
Fairly easily done. You seem to recall that there was a small... Is crick the right word?
Rick is the right word.
Small crick, not too far back on your travel here, maybe 5-minute walk from the mound.
Well, if we're traveling through the night, there's quite a few of us that can't actually see. We just go in loud, like we just hold up torches. That's what we did as a caravan guard, but if you want to go stealthily, maybe some of you magic users could help out. But I don't really see the point in being stealthy. Let's just take the main road and head straight back to Waterdeep, right? We're quite a formidable team now. Can't imagine anyone stopping us.
Well, but on that note, in fact, if there is another situation where that would be helpful, so then rummages in his pack for a moment, and he produces several small packets. There's what, 5 of us?
Not
Within
counting
the
you.
party, yeah.
Yeah. So he's gonna hand 2 pouches among each of you. So you guys can, if you're in D&D Beyond an inventory, it's just called Dust of Disappearance. You have 2 of those.
Ta.
Oh, can I do this? Wow.
You can. That's neat.
So yeah, it's that. And like I say, you can add 2 to your inventories, each person.
Excellent stuff.
Do you
Thanks very
explain
much.
what it is?
Oh, yeah.
No, I just tell you to sniff it like cocaine. Yes. Yes, he does explain how it works.
He's going to get up and his instincts of caravan guard kick in. He's going to go check the horses, but as he walked out, he's going to just go tap Phil down on the shoulder and give him like a nod to like check if like he's alright.
Yeah. He'll nod back and let him go.
I'll
Well?
go start setting up the horses.
Cool. So with that, you set up horses. Junior occasionally telling you, Rhian, a story of how he bested this giant manticore at a windmill not too far from Vandalin.
Biggest story being how he saved Owen from a dragon attack.
Well,
That's how Junior remembers it. That's how he's telling the story.
Fred's just
Fair
going to
enough.
pat Owen and go, look, this is the best day of his life. Let him have it.
And,
while that's going on,
go ahead.
Owen would like to pull Frigg away.
Hello?
You know, something occurs to me, and it pains me to say this, but this is probably his area of expertise. Getting us back. Caravan guard, no.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Doesn't exactly make things easier, though, does it?
No. I'm thinking about putting him up front and point. You good with that?
Makes sense. I won't argue.
God's help us.
Well, yeah.
Too late for that, man.
Which god? Cyric's one. Trying to say.
You
At least I-
called?
At least I have some juice now, so, you know, if we got a tiny head it, we got a tiny head it. I mean, we're kind of at quite a disadvantage now. Our team seems to be shrinking as much as it's growing.
We'll make do.
Yeah.
Probably. All right, let's get the show on the road.
On your lead.
Then head back to the horses.
Well, Junior, your story about the manticore. Oh, that was cracking, that was. Did you take a souvenir?
We did. We took his head, actually, but I believe we lost that long time ago.
Oh, mighty shame.
It's always good to keep a trophy like that.
Oh, of course, of course.
What about yours? Tell me about your stories.
Oh, I have so many stories. You see this scar across my face? Across my eye? This big one here?
Yes?
I tell you what, the deadliest branch I've ever seen.
I'm sorry, what?
You heard me, boy, the deadliest branch. I was picking up wood one day and this branch came out of nowhere. Struck me right in the face.
Right, like a tree ant attacked you, or...
No, it's just a branch. Wasn't looking where I was going. God, look at your face. Look at your face. It's so funny. No, it was a bear attack. Big bear, about 12 foot tall, 8,000 pounds.
Oh, thank fuck. Well, I mean, that was not good for you, but... Man. I was hoping you would had better stories than a branch attacked you.
No! Rhian get hurt by a branch? Pfft. Scoff at the idea. Oh, looks like everybody's finally ready to get on the road then.
Well, we can continue this as we go. Have plenty more.
Why, I bet you do.
I'm so glad you're with us, Rhian.
I'm so glad to join you, I really am. I was struggling for a bit of a purpose, you know, boy.
Well, that's what I'm all about, purpose. I feel like I have this destiny to... You know what I mean? I've thought about it since I was a child. I'm the greatest swordsman that's ever lived. I have to do something with that. I want my story to live on. I mean, it's good for you, like, being a dwarf. You get... Like, I don't know. Is it rude to ask how old you are? I guess it is. But us humans don't really get too long on this earth.
You never ask a lady her age, but I'm very, very old. Quite a lot older than you, son. But if you're the greatest swordsman in the world, what makes you the greatest swordsman?
Well, I guess you haven't.
Swords.
No, I know, I can see what's going on. I know, I'm not stupid. But tell me, why do you say you're the greatest swordsman in the world?
Well, I was trained by the best. I've traveled all over this place and fought various monsters and defeated them. No one's been able to take that title away from me.
That's great. That's great. Don't get me wrong. But what are you if you're not the greatest swordsman?
I don't like where this conversation is going. Can we go back to telling nice stories?
Well, you see, I've been around on this earth for quite a while now, and I thought I was one of the greatest warriors out there, but after many things in my life has happened, I'm not the greatest soldier out there. I'm more than that. So you label yourself as the greatest swordsman, but you're only limiting yourself to your swords, to what you believe like that, when you're so much more. Just remember that. A little gift from an old woman like me.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Maybe I think you should try being the greatest brother in the world. I could hear you twos arguing while I was bound and tied up down with the orcs.
Really?
Oh no, that's the wrong place, isn't it? But
Oh my god.
You're spatting it. Sorry, it's the wrong
Those two
area.
have a hell of a bellow on them, don't they?
Real quick, while there was a break in that, did anyone notice that the music fucking lined up with that shit perfectly?
Yeah.
That was so dope. Oh shit, I've got chills. Carry on.
You're sniping at each other all the time, and that's not how brothers and sisters should be. And I know. I had a daughter and I had a son. Your family got to get along.
I'm working on it.
Good. I like you, lad. I like you. You're a good
I like you.
Now, shall we get going?
Oh right, work. Yes. Junior goes back to sorting the caravan guard out. The caravan guard out, the horses.
Oh, and with that, you set off. Junior at the lead. By about the time you make it to the tribal trail, Junior's started to loop through his stories at this point. Details not quite fully lining up.
If I'm at the front, well, has Rhian come with me then, I suppose?
I would have come up with you, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And honestly, like, even the story's looping, her face just really enthusiastic, like, you know, just loves hearing the stories, and she knows he's looped, and she knows he's looping again, and she's just like, you know what? Just give it to him. He's a good lad.
Yeah.
Like
Sweet.
it's a fresh story every time.
And before too long, you find yourself reaching the high road. Turning, making your way south. Past the Mere of Dead Men. Past Thornhold. Oh, by the way, did I ever tell you I was from Thornhold? There was an orphanage there that burned down once, you know. I managed to survive, you know. Greatest swordsman that ever lived, etc., etc. And you make your way as dawn approaches you. Once again, to the looming statues that mark the entrance to that of the city of Waterdeep.
Slight change in that. That is not how Junior would have regarded to his orphanage burning. You get the gist.
Approaching the north gate, you see one fairly tired guard and not much traffic this time. Papers.
Oh boy. Owen. Quick word.
Yeah.
Did we ever work out what we were doing with our not so welcomed party members?
Well, we cover them up, we flash our badge, and we stroll right in.
Okay. Good plan. And if that doesn't work?
We send Silky in to smooth things out.
Okay, an actual plan. I like it. I'll stop interrupting now.
So have you got those papers? Really fucking tired.
I got this. Owen will produce, I guess the cloak counts as our badge, so to speak.
So the clasp that holds the two halves of the cloak together around the neck would be the sigil of the heroes of Waterdeep, yeah? So you could flash that. He goes, right, the champions. Very well, go on inwards.
A very robotic nod in response. Keep going.
He pays no mind to it. Doesn't ask anyone else in the party for any papers or anything. It seems that the weight of being the champions of Waterdeep provides a certain liberty.
As we're
Take it. Don't ask questions. Let's go.
As we get further away from the outpost, Owen will ask, "Hey, you think we can get free food with this?"
We should definitely try. Wait, are you hungry? Is that why you're tired? And Fridge will start fishing around in their bag for a ration and hand it out to Owen.
I mean, no. I guess I could eat. He'll take it. Start chomping down. And after a moment, he'll remember that he has croissants in the bag of holding. Pull those out, pass them around.
Are they good croissants?
In a few days. You gonna argue that?
Sure, there's no air in there. It's fine.
Exactly the point I was about to make, that interestingly, while the bag of holding is closed, there's no air in it, so it would preserve pastries and such.
Wait, out of character question, can you not store people in a bag of holding though?
You can technically, but they have very limited air.
Okay.
They're basically.
What were you
on timer.
planning, Frick?
I ain't telling you anything.
Suffocation, no breathing.
Just picturing them. Owen and Fridge come in at Junior in the night with a bag and just put it over his head.
Shit, nail on the head.
I don't know if this party's really gonna save the world. Having had several of these conversations.
One step at a time, Seldan. Change doesn't happen overnight. Or to Junior.
How many people take the croissants, by the way?
Fridge is good. They're fine.
Junior would be happy to, if Owen is going to give that to Junior.
No, he'll pass them out to anybody who wants one.
Oh, Rhian will definitely take one.
Narix will if there's any left after the rest of the party has been offered.
Soldan.
Nah, he's pretty close to real civilization with some nice food and well, all I got's this fake fucking gold coffee thing, and no, it's all right.
I mean, I will remind you that these croissants were picked up at breakfast at the Blackstaff Tower and are basically as fresh as when they were picked up.
Well, so he says.
Can we just remember that a flask of goop has been pulled out of that bag, a bag of piss has been put back in that bag. Croissants were sharing the same space. I don't know.
They were wrapped.
Yeah, so no, he's just gonna wait until he gets back to the... It's fine.
Cool. So you make your way down the high road, through the marketplace. Currently, there's maybe 2 merchants at most setting up their stalls ready for the day. The early birds, if you will. And through towards the Blackstaff's tower.
How many orcs do we have with us again? Is it the 3?
The 3, yes.
Okay, thanks. Well, Soldan, this is your home ground. You leading the way?
Oh, sure, happy to. He pulls ahead on his horse. And, I guess leads them back over to the Blackstaff Tower.
Are the orcs on their own horses?
They've either been walking alongside you or if someone offered up a horse, they would, put 2 on that. But Cyric, I think I got that right. He himself would have walked the entire journey. Yargoth would have walked the entire journey.
Okay, thanks.
You make your way into the ground floor, Blackstaff's tower. And as Seldan, I imagine you're going first, as you open the door wide, this being, flash of green, darts past you and straight towards Owen. As Owen, you find yourself, having just gotten off the horse, now embraced by Lysette.
Okay.
You made it back. I was so worried with the storm and everything, and I'm just glad you're okay.
Yeah, good to see you too, kid.
The gnomes are here. They made it too.
That's a relief.
I forgot about them. They're not going to be too pleased with us either, are they?
Hey, we just saved their lives.
We made them walk back alone. They didn't want to leave in the first place.
And it kind of turned out to be for nothing.
It did. Maybe don't tell them that, though?
Well, they still may be of some use here if he trails off and sort of looks down at his chest. Let's get going.
Yeah, Lyset will blush at this point and realize the embrace has gone on for a little while and will meekly step away from it. As you enter into the tower, the Blackstaff makes their way downstairs and greets you. Ah, made it. I've done research on your problems, and you've brought company. To whom do I owe the pleasure?
Oh, me? Rhian.
Well, yes, you're certainly interesting, but I was more talking about them. Ugdar Yargarth. He says his name is Yargoth. Oh, does he not speak common? And with a few weaves of her hand, because she's a fucking wizard and no one thought of this, they'll cast tongues on everyone in the vicinity. You are now, for the time being, providing you were willing to accept the spell, capable of understanding the languages that are spoken around you.
Can we speak other languages?
You cannot. You speak your language, but creatures that don't understand that language still understand the meaning behind it.
Quick, Rhian, say something to me in Dwarven.
Let me double check that real quick. Maybe it wasn't tongues. It was just, I did the research on this and saw that there were a number of spells like comprehend languages and tongues that would give creatures abilities to understand spoken languages and
Yeah, what do you...
Yeah, so tongues would have to be casted just on the orcish individual that can't understand.
Well, we have two translators, so it would only be Garthok, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so apologies. The Blackstaff doesn't cast it on all of you, just on Yargoth, who is willing.
Oh.
And then anytime Yargoth speaks, though you hear Orcish, you weirdly understand what is being said, and similarly for Yargoth, you imagine when you speak Common now, they understand what you're saying.
Magic's cool, guys.
You are the Blackstaff. Yes, were you expecting someone different? Where is the previous? Well, I'm afraid he was bested many years ago. Why do you ask?
Well, if I may interject, just so we're all on the same page. These are, if you'll forgive my saying so, some of from the tribe that tried to weave giant thunderstorms to destroy a bunch of places. Including Waterdeep.
I'm sure you have good reason for bringing them here, then?
Yeah, they're good now. Yeah, we're all good now. They were operating under the assumption that the previous Blackstaff was still in power, and that said Blackstaff wanted their extermination.
You see, the Blackstaff is dubious. She'll
Also,
begin casting a spell which Sildan, you would instantly recognize, and Snake, if you have this too, as detect magic. Noticing that there is no current charm on you, they'll then cast another spell. I don't think any of you have this spell, but they'll then, after having cast it, explain, I'm casting a zone of truth, you'll allow me, to make sure that I can trust the conversation that is about to occur. And those of you who wish not to fall under the effects of the zone of truth, can I have you make charisma saving throws? But you can willingly allow yourself to be affected by zone of truth. Any takers for no thanks?
I would like to say no thanks.
Okay, give me a charisma saving throw, if you please.
Because of course he would. He's dick.
I think the rest of us are too tired. It's like, yeah, whatever, do I?
Charisma.
Am I wrong?
That morning sex stuff. Whatever. Just.
Whole different direction.
Oh, that's not right. Hang on. It's not a saving throw. 19.
Damn. I mean, it's a high DC with the Blackstaff, but somehow this motherfucker succeeded. So you are not under the effects of the zone of truth.
More importantly, does the Blackstaff know I'm not under the effects of the zone of truth?
Let me read up on that.
I don't think so.
You create a magical zone that guards against deception in a 15-foot square radius. A 15-foot radius, sorry. Centered on a point of your choice within range. Until the spell ends, a creature that enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there, must make a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, a creature can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius. You know whether the creature succeeds or fails in its saving throw, so yes, the Blackstaff would be aware. An affected creature is aware that the spell has been cast and thus can avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. Such a creature can be evasive in its answers as long as it remains within the boundaries of the truth. So just so you're all aware of the rules there.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, once more with that, if you please, Mr. Wren.
Yeah, so they were under the impression that the previous Blackstaff was still alive and still attempting to commit genocide. They've been fighting for their survival, just as people of Waterdeep have. They have gone to extreme lengths to do so, including, but perhaps not limited to, siding with Daggold and his funky bunch. But after a great deal of conversation and no small amount of headaches, we came to an understanding. Or at the very least, the beginning of an understanding that they were being led astray and being used to serve their ends, which would ultimately lead, most likely, in their destruction. Did I leave anything out?
No, that sounds about right. They just want to live like the rest of us.
It would seem that the actions of my predecessor have reached farther than I had anticipated. The industrialization of Waterdeep has always been a concern for those within the walls. But it seems that we must expand our scope to those beyond it. You have my sincerest apologies for the actions of Kaldran. He was merely doing what he believed was best for his people, the people of Waterdeep, as I'm sure that you have taken actions to do what is best for your tribe and your people. While I can't speak on behalf of the city, I would suggest that for now, we provide a temporary peace treaty between the nation of Waterdeep and your tribe and the brother and sister tribes of yours, until this impending war with Neverwinter is resolved. Once that has come to pass, I personally will seek the Council of Elders, arrange a meeting between you and the other members, or the other chieftains of the sister and brother tribes, and we can perhaps come to a more diplomatic agreement. Does this seem fair? You talk a lot, lady. We want our land back. We want to mourn for the people we've lost. I respect that. Truly, I do. Loss has been had on both sides. I urge you, please consider peace can be a viable option. And you see Yargoth deep in thought for a moment. Narix and... help me, Junior. What was the other one called? Hello?
Frank.
Narix and Frank are quietly talking amongst themselves in questioning tones, worried for their future. Yargoth comes to a resolve. We will allow a season of peace. If no meeting has been made by then, we will have no choice but to continue our bloodshed. This is agreeable. Will you be needing a place to stay while you are here?
Are you talking to us or the orcs?
The orcs.
Okay, just checking.
We will stay to rest one night. Then we have much work to do if we are to unite the other tribes and inform them of peace. That is understandable. You will find accommodations that best suit you on the 3rd floor of the tower. Feel free to pick any room that does not currently have a name on it. With that, you feel a lot of tension relieved from the two key members here, as they both let out a heavy sigh. And what of the party? Will you be staying the night also?
I think we've got many things to discuss. Many more things to work out.
What's the time at this point? What time did we arrive at Waterdeep?
It was early morning.
Oh, good. Okay.
Ugh, we were walking all night. Gross. And I need a bath.
I also actually have something to do. So if you all wouldn't mind, I'm going to just shoot off. I'll be right back. Well, I say I'll be right back. I'll be like 12 hours. Junior leaves.
What? Wait, what? No, wait. Owen, what?
Whatever you just did to us for the truth, make sure you do it again when he comes back. I want to say to the Blackstaff.
Certainly. Shall we head upstairs, get some food, and discuss?
After you.
Very well. And the Blackstaff will make their way upstairs, and as they do so, they will gently tap the staff on the floor twice. And you see as the chairs, and currently on the outskirts of against the wall at the edge of the tower here, will all swirl inwards into the center of the room, and a table will float down from the ceiling into the center of the room, and they'll cast Hero's Feast as a blanket lays itself out front the table, and various arcane spells begin emerging. Various odds and ends of food. There's meats, vegetables, there's various desserts and whatnot. Please, take a seat.
There's something I've got to ask first, and I admit we were beyond lucky getting in because it was so early in the morning. But our friends upstairs, is there anything we need to do, anything we need to get them to ensure their safety within the city before they leave? It's not exactly common for orcs to go walking around the streets unaided.
Orcs of that tribe, perhaps, but there are orcs within the city of Waterdeep.
Fridge didn't know that. Fridge, I'll shut up.
It's somewhat rare, granted, but there are many. In fact, some have positions of high regard within the lower council of Waterdeep.
Fridge will just nod. Shrink back in their seat.
I posted the spell effects of Hero's Feast for you all, so feel free to go over that. But the gist of it is that you all are cured of all diseases and poison, which also includes, Junior, you don't need to start dusting food with silver again anymore because you're no longer affected by lycanthropes.
I'm
He's not there to eat it.
Fuck! Well, keep dusting that silver.
You know what? I've just looked up what I want to do as well, and 12 hours isn't going to cut it either.
Oh shit.
Wait, so he's gone for 12 hours and then just MIA after that? How much responsibility are we going to take for that? Jesus.
You become immune to poison and being items and make all wisdom saving throws with advantage for the next 24 hours. Your hit point maximum also increases by 2d10. You gain the same number of hit points. So, I'll right quick, in the old chatty here, roll 2d10. Oh, fuck me. Can you guys see that?
No, you did it privately.
What did you get? What did you get?
I have posted it in the Dragon's Breath
Oh,
chat.
shit.
Oh.
Enjoy those 4
Wait,
extra hit points.
Oh, did you roll that for all of us? You bastard.
Well,
Are
that's how
those
the spell works. The spellcaster rolls the bonus hit points.
Are those temporary, yeah?
They're technically added to your maximum, and you'll go up
shit.
by that much, but it could fairly easily, so as not to... Because it'll disappear again after the 24 hours, so as not to confuse ourselves if sessions end up swapping midway through the longevity of this. It's probably best to just put it in temporary hit points.
Yeah.
And then just remember that really it's extra to your maximum. Cool. So, you find yourself mid-feast, with Blackstaff eagerly awaiting news.
Okay. Well, are the orcs with us?
They are.
So, some not great news. Oh, and have I shown the Blackstaff my armor?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, didn't you have a night of researching closer to the beginning?
Yes.
I think you showed it then, either when you were researching or first thing in the morning.
I believe
Regardless.
also there was a moment where the Blackstaff had a trust experiment with you, and then provided you with a scry after you had shown the armor.
All right. Regardless, Owen will stand and tap his chest and don the armor, and then tap it again to remove it. Enemy has this now.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Are you
I don't know.
sure?
Well, one of theirs, their spellweaver, was very reluctant to trust specifically me because I was wearing this. Said that he had seen it on their forces.
We know their production capability.
Well, they have far more bodies and infinitely more money than we do. So probably lots.
True, but is there a limiting factor to producing this armor?
Materials, maybe. Expertise. Wouldn't surprise me, though, if he found whoever managed to reverse engineer it found some way to streamline the process. That would have been my next step. That was the whole point.
This is worrying. For two reasons. One, they have the armor. The second is we don't know to what scale. Is it just a few men? Is it hundreds? Is it fully functional, as yours is, or does it have limitations as part of the reverse engineering that they did? I find there's more to worry about in the things we don't know than those we do.
If I could just get my hands on one, I could probably tell you everything, but even though I could just look at it from afar, but I just had a bad idea. Owen will look to the rest of the party. We only know one person that is close to their forces.
Who?
You, Owen will point to the Blackstaff, can scry.
That is true.
So let's see what Flint's up to.
That's a fairly easy scry also.
Did you meet Flint?
Yeah.
Oh shit, we met you that far back? It's been a rough week.
Right? No, did she meet Flint?
I don't think she did.
No, she never would have.
No.
No, because that's when we
No.
introduced Silky.
Yeah.
Sorry. So,
Wah,
for
wah.
picking up on Owen's intention, Fridge will cast Minor Illusion and create an image of Flint that they last remembered seeing him.
Okay. This will certainly help towards lowering the DC of this scry.
Sure, we have something of his too, don't we?
If you do, that would be helpful to the spell.
I don't think Fridge has
He gave
anything.
me the pole of collapsing.
Didn't he give Owen the helmet as well?
Did. I don't know if that counts, though.
Don't think Fridge has anything on them.
Try it with this. Owen will plop down the helmet. It was his, albeit briefly, before he gave it to me.
Okay. And perhaps if anyone could describe to me the personality that Flint was last known to have, that might also aid.
A loud, brave idiot.
Seems you pulling a fair few of those.
Yeah, we seem to attract them here.
Very well. And as you come to the end of the feast, the Blackstaff will whisk away the chairs and lift the table once more, ask you all to form a circle in the center of this room. They'll extend the staff out in front of them, lift it, chant something in arcane whilst weaving with their left hand, and tap the staff to the floor. A black flow emanates out from the staff and encompasses the wall, the ceiling, and the floor around you. As the blackness fades from beneath your feet, you are drawn to the vision of a stone room. You hear the sound of crashing waves, the roar out to sea and then back into land. There, sat almost unconscious in a chair, you see... a stone chair, but, just added detail there. You see Flint, visibly paler than when you last saw him. Slightly hairier, too. Looking down at his chest, you see gaping hole that goes almost straight through and out his back where his heart once rested. Looking around the room, you try to get glimpses of detail that you can to discern where this might be, and you see a thick mist, a fog, and you hear of lightning as it strikes seemingly the building itself. In this moment, Flint is unmoving.
Is he breathing?
Roll a perception check.
Oh! 22!
You almost pull yourself to the floor of the Blackstaff's tower, trying to get a better look at Flint here, and you see, faintly, his chest rise and fall, almost rhythmically with the ocean waves as they crash inwards and recede outwards. So too does his breath. Deeply inhale and exhale.
Is this one you saw, Rhian?
Yeah. That'd be the dwarf.
Perception check, or rather insight check on Rhian.
Go ahead.
Can I assist, Owen?
I mean, it's hard to assist a person on how they perceive the actions of another, but you can certainly make an insight check of your own.
Sure. Oh my god, that's upsetting. The 2. Which means 11.
That's our fridge.
I know.
Rhian, were you being truthful or deceitful?
She's being truthful.
There you have it, Owen.
I mean, he didn't have a hole in his chest when I saw him last, but that's definitely the dwarf that asked for Junior.
And there you have it, Fridge. Now you also believe them. The affirmation almost confirms any bias you may have.
But he doesn't look in very good shape.
Is there anything I can discern about his state? Like, can I identify what the hell they're doing to him? What's been done to him?
Make a medicine check for me.
Never let me roll again.
Okay. You can. The DC was 15, so very nicely done. It appears that through some means, you believe magical. The heart that once rested in Flint's chest has been removed, but not destroyed, and placed somewhere else as a Horcrux.
Well, this is a bit of a disturbing sight to see after dinner.
Everything in that screenshot is what we see in the room.
Correct.
Are we able to work out where it is? Even if it's just a city or something?
If it had been somewhere that your characters had been before, sure. But the architecture of the room doesn't lend itself to any of your memories.
Okay.
You could hear the sea, though, right?
I mean,
I'm not
I
there.
know what this is.
Well, excuse me, Blackstaff. Do you know of a Tower of Storms?
At this point, the scry begins to shimmer and fade out of existence as the spell comes to its end. Yes, it's just a few miles north of Thornhold, off the coast.
Well, there we have it. That's where your friend is.
It's possible, given the sounds of the scry.
What do you know about the Tower of Storms?
It was once a part of, and she nods over towards the orcs, their tribe. A shrine to Talos. They say that the original keepers were able to control the storms of the sea, some of which even manifesting its power within themselves. But in our expansion, we pushed the tribe away from their temple of worship. Since then, it has become home to a more unsavory set of individuals.
And those people might be?
Beast folk. Lycanthropes. Werebears. Harpies, you name it. Those sort of half-human, half-humanoid, half-bestial creatures.
Well, what are we all standing here for then? We've got somebody to rescue, haven't we? Want to rescue your friend, or are we not going to bother going?
Now we're going. We're down a storyteller. And I need to confer with my colleagues about some preparations. He'll gesture to his chest again.
Right, well, I'm going to go find Junior then. So can't leave without him. So, I'll see you later.
You don't even know where he went.
Well, it's a big town. I'm sure I can wander around, and it's worth doing something rather than doing nothing. And there's not much else I can do. I don't know this town. I don't know much about the rest of you right now. I'd like to, though. You're very lovely people. Oh, you're a bunch of lovelies, you really are. But we've got to go get Junior. I've got to go get him. So I'm going to go wander around aimlessly in the streets and hope I find him.
I
Okay,
may
but-
be able to provide
Then start at the
some-
pub at least. Sorry.
The pub.
I might be able to provide some aim to your aimlessness. I could put out some feelers, as it were, contacts within the city that I know.
Oh, that'd be really handy. Oh, such a dear you are. Thank you very, very much. That'd be great.
Or perhaps it's time I teach you your next spell, Sildan.
Oh?
Follow after me, if you will, and have Junior in mind as you do so. And the Blackstaff will raise their staff out in front of them and begin casting verbally, semantically, as they pull a bit of fur, offer you some, use some for themselves. They'll rub it between their hands and cast Locate Creature, which you can now add to your spell book, as they will take the time to also write it out in there for you.
Ah, hell yeah. I can't cast this. It's a 4th level divination spell.
Which you
But I
can now
appreciate
cast
knowing it.
once per day as a ritual.
Sure. Yeah.
There you go. Shit, I tried to do something cool. Didn't realize I could only do third level spells. My bad.
No, that's fine. I mean, hey, if we leveled up, I might be able to cast it.
Yeah, for the time being, you can cast it once per day as a ritual. And with that, I assume you, looking for Junior, you get a ping to his direction.
It's in a brothel, I swear down.
Shield your eyes, Frank.
Well, let's find out. Junior, would you like to do this privately or openly?
No, people can be here, it's fine.
Cool. Where'd you go?
I went to a brothel. No, I didn't. I went to the marketplace first.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to find, the marketplace that we first went to, where Junior got ripped off as like silver dust or whatever.
Yeah.
It was pretty lively, right? I want to find like someone who's like quite hippie-ish, who's selling like mood rings and stuff, or that kind of stone that reacts to temperature.
When you first walked through, there were only 2 merchants that were setting up.
Oh, damn it.
Giving it a little time, a few more arrive, and they begin setting up stalls, and you see this one individual with dreadlocked hair, a soul patch, and long, loose green t-shirt, and also loose-fitting pants. Hey, dude. Peace, brother. What can I do you for?
Well, you're an absolute charmer. These mood rings you've got here, you got anything bigger? You got like 2 pebble stone size ones? Kind of oval shaped.
You looking for a cock ring, bro?
Oh my god.
Not this time. I'm not really sure how that would work. No, just I'm looking to add them to an item that I'm going to create.
Groovy, man. Let's have a look. And they pull a small box up of what, for them, as they're trying to make rings, would be like misfit or failed batches, in which there are a few that are larger versions of the mood rings.
Like, I'm looking for like smooth, the kind of like skimming stones that you would throw across the lake, like the smooth pebbles, but like up in with that whatever material that a mood ring would be made out of that reacts to heat.
The raw stuff. Okay, you'll pull up another smaller box, and inside there are 3 slightly different sized stones or melted ingots of material of this moonstone material. Take your pick, bro.
Fantastic, my man. I'm going to pick up 2.
2. Groovy.
And how much will that set me back?
I really like your aura, my dude. You've got like this
like yours.
Vibe going on, So I'll
Have you been to sleep?
What? Bro. 10 silver.
Is 10 silver a gold piece?
It is.
Right, okay. Excellent stuff. I will do that.
Whoa, man, this is like a gold piece, though?
It is.
10 silver?
Yeah, I thought I'd tip you. Don't spend it all on whatever you're doing, right?
Whoa.
You gotta eat, man.
Groovy, dude. Thanks, man.
No. Thank you. What's your name?
Norville.
Norville. Love it. Name's Junior. Greatest old man that's ever lived.
Well, if you ever want any of the good stuff or some more mood rings, you be sure to come back to Roger's shack anytime.
If I met a drug dealer.
Possibly.
I'm good. But those kind of days have passed me. If you meet a person called Fridge, don't tell them anything. They're not allowed. And then I'm going to dart off.
Dare you?
Sorry, repeat that once more. I was reading something as you said it.
If this guy was a drug dealer, I forbid him from or I asked him to not sell anything to someone called Fridge. And then I walked away.
As
And I started walking
away,
to them.
you can hear him say, "Hey man, don't be like a gatekeeper, bro."
Will not respond.
Cool.
Do you want me to carry on? I got more stuff to do. Is everyone just watching like a TV show? What you just do?
No, it's not like a scry. They just about an hour into
We know the
whatever you're
direction.
doing, they'll know the direction because obviously they have a hero's feast right
Yeah.
as you
also-
leave. So, and the scries,
We
you've got a
also
bit of
know if
time.
we're moving.
Well, not at
Okay.
this point. You won't, because obviously the hour of the hero's feast that Junior didn't take part in is currently happening.
Yeah,
in
I
Junior's
just
town.
mean in
Yeah.
general. He's
Okay,
moving. We will know. Yeah, I guess.
So, location 2, Junior.
The blacksmith, please.
Aye. What are you looking for?
Hey, good morning, buddy. I'm actually not looking for anything. I was hoping to.
Get out.
No, I'm a willing customer. I want to pay, but I want to pay
Oh.
to use your establishment here. If you wouldn't mind,
You
saves
trade?
you the work, right? Yeah, I've made some swords.
Insight check. As soon as I, can roll it. 11.
What am I rolling? Is it
If you're lying
same?
to me, then roll a deception check. If you're being honest, then do what you will with that 11. But don't tell me the result of your dice, just tell me what
Okay.
this person, do they believe you?
Yeah, this guy believes Junior. He's amazing at making swords.
Oh, damn. Okay. Sure, I'll lend you it for some time. How long do you need it for?
Well, I want to make a sword. I believe that takes about a day, but I'm trying to hope to cut that in half. So maybe if you could help out, hammer out the metal for me while I deal with the hilt and stuff.
I've got some blanks set up. You could, that would shave a lot of time off.
I want to make it in the style that I'm from Thornhold, you see. Well, you're a blacksmith, you know how Thornhold makes their stuff.
Yeah, I sure do. He seems pained at this. Alright, I can help out. 15 gold pieces for the day's labor. And use of the forge.
But you're incredibly reasonable, my friend. Gonna slap down 20.
Let's get to work, shall we?
Let's do it.
And about an hour into your work of the swordening happening, they now know that you're a blacksmith.
And
Still me, or
No.
now off we go to get him. I guess Sildan and Rhian will go together.
Sounds like a good plan.
Fairly easily enough, Sildan, with your knowledge of the streets and the pinpoint accuracy of where Junior is, you weave in and out and find the quickest route to Junior and make your way to the forge, where currently Junior and this burly-looking individual with long braided goatee are currently hard at work, hammering at a blade in the forge.
I notice they've come in, or am I busy in my work? I'm telling you, I'm busy in my work.
But no, you don't notice.
Junior!
You notice.
Oh, Wow, this is a big city. Impressive. What's up, guys?
Yeah, well,
Oh, there's no Fred with you, is there?
well, there's two of us. Unless she's magically behind me on her
That's
knee.
what I'm looking for. Okay.
Regret not
yeah.
using the disappearing potion right about now.
Same.
Junior, we found where the Tower of Storms is.
That's brilliant. That's it. Well, okay. Where is it?
I forgot. Sildan? I'm old, don't you laugh at me.
I definitely know where this is, right?
Just down the east coast, the Blackstaff said.
Yeah. Slightly north of Thornhold.
Slightly north of Thornhold, you say?
That's right. So?
Damn, that's her boy. How long are we going now?
Well, your friend Flint was there and he was looking pretty rough. He was heartless.
Oh shit! What does Owen say? What's he doing? Look, I just need like half a day. Then I'm right with you.
He wasn't breathing too good.
I'm sure he wasn't, the poor bastard. Damn, look, guys. If I can keep working on this, but if you guys have to leave quick, then I guess you let me know.
Well, I mean, if we... Go on.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Before we had left, would Owen or Fridge have said anything about a time frame at all? Were they like, let's fucking go get Junior? Or were they just like...
Owen would have assumed that with Junior saying he needed 12 hours, they still had some time, and Owen needs to take care of some stuff himself.
Okay.
Even though we saw Flint dying.
Well, no, because we confirmed that he wasn't, didn't we? We confirmed that he was breathing normally, he just looked fucked.
Yeah.
That's fine then. Okay.
Well,
Hey, seeing that you guys are here, like, want to get your hands dirty? Junior's covered in like certain stuff.
Oh, Rhian's already rolled up her sleeves.
Excellent stuff.
As to the timing, it seems like everybody's just finishing up a bit of business so that we are best equipped. So you have time to finish. He looks, and you can sort of make out that he's curling his nose up a little bit.
That's an
Whatever
image.
it is you're doing.
Okay.
What are you doing, Junior?
Well, I'm making a you're not allowed to say, but I'm making a sword for Fridge.
I knew
It's
it.
gonna be a
I
gift.
fucking knew it. I fucking knew it, dude. The mood ring stone with the sword being forged. I was like, I fucking knew it.
It's like a tear rolling down like Rhian's eye. She's like, I'm so proud of this boy.
I see. Well, then in that case, and this is like a blacksmith's place, right?
Correct.
Like they've got like the bellows and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. So then we'll cast Prestidigitation to like magically, he'll like puff the bellows and stuff like that, all without touching anything.
Back in towards the door.
Cool. With the four of you working on it,
Well, I don't think Sildan's working on it. It's the three of us.
Hey!
he's helping. He is
Oh,
helping.
you are helping? Oh, I thought you were good.
Yeah.
I thought you were leaving. Right, sorry.
No,
making
he's
sure the
helping with
forge is hot and
Prestidigitation.
such.
He's just not getting his hands dirty.
With the four of you working on this,
Magic is great.
I will say that it'll take a total of 8 hours to complete instead of the initial 12 it would have been with just you and the blacksmith. Can I have you, Junior, make a general strength check at advantage because you have the help of those around you to see how well you perform the task of creating this blade.
Oh, good, because the first one was a natural one.
Ooh.
The next one was an 18.
Yeah. And we'll come to that when we get back to you guys. Owen, I believe you had something you wanted to do.
Yeah, I would like to seek out the gnomes.
Easily enough done. They're upstairs, and as you go up, you see that one of the rooms you had previously stayed in now has Flibbledab and Dibbledob's name on it.
I'll knock thrice.
Yes, come in.
I'll sort of crack the door and pop his head in.
You see the vast, sprawling room that extends out in front of you. Along the walls, various tinkering tools and objects, different bits and bobs, whirls and gizmos and what's-its. Yes, the cheese puffs. No. There in the center, funny ears of this room, you see a workstation with various different inventions that have been started through their wanderlust of having all this vast instruments around them, but then immediately having picked up another idea halfway through working on something, they've got another thing and another thing and another thing. They turn to you and say, oh, you would not believe the level of inventions that we have been coming up with today. It has been outstanding. Oh, Owen, it's so good to see you. Why didn't you tell me about this place sooner?
It must have slipped my mind. What? Owen will gesture to everything as he steps into the room. Is this?
Oh, well, this right here we thought would be like a bird flying device. You know how, like, we can't fly unless we have, like, magic, right? But what if you were to have, like, some sort of geared mechanism with chains that connected to a spiraling rotor, if you will, and it would allow you to hover in the air by but we were halfway through doing that, and then we went over to this device right here, and they essentially talk about a few devices that in our universe, the real world, Leonardo da Vinci would have and has created.
Anon, the Leonardo, whatever his face was, in a trench coat.
Yes. And they're in the midst of making the first gyrocopter.
Oh, wow. How long have you been at this?
About a day?
Yeah, that tracks. All right, listen, just to be clear, when we did the work on the thing back in Nomengard, you remember the Owen will tap his chest and don the armor.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't talk to anyone about this, did you? Give your notes to anyone?
They'd lift up their thumb to their nose and they'd swipe their thumb across it. No, sir. An inventor's secrets is always between the inventors that made it.
Someone got these designs, or reverse engineered them somehow.
Oh dear. Someone bad?
Someone real bad. The same group of someones who made it so you had to come here.
Well, surely without enough arcane flux they can't have... Unless they had a... Oh dear.
Did you, in a span of 5 seconds, crack how to mass produce it?
No, not mass production, but the creation of it would need a huge amount of arcane energy, as I'm sure you're aware from the initial creation of the device, but it dawned on us where that would be possible to find.
Where's that? If you say the Tower of Storms, I'm going to be
The
a little displeased.
Undercity.
So not the Tower of Storms.
No. Why would it be the Tower of Storms? It's just lightning.
Okay, good. Tell me more about this Undercity.
Well, I mean, it's a city beneath Neverwinter. Back when the volcano did its whole thing, you know, the earth kind of split in Neverwinter and divided the city into two and opened up like this hole in the ground and, you know, released a shit ton of arcane energy. Oh.
So they're sitting on a hotbed of arcane energy. And, okay.
They found a way to tap into that, then they could probably make a few suits. I don't know how far the extent of it goes.
All right, just spitballing. What would theoretically, there has to be a way to substitute that level of arcane energy for another component.
They think for a moment. The innocence of them almost gets the better of them. When creating their inventions, and this is the process they use as they're thinking through this, nefarious thoughts don't usually come to mind. But after a while, it dawns on Libblestam. Oh. Well, if you don't have arcane energy, use life force.
Owen sighs visibly, thinking back to the Horcrux situation. What do you know about that?
About nothing.
No, it's the life force energy stuff.
Oh, well, suppose there were a large creature of sorts that were trapped in some sort of arcane sigil. It's theoretically possible. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it's theoretically possible, of course, that could be used as a battery of sorts to power these remotely across a certain distance of range, depending on the complexity of the spell, I suppose. This would mean that there would need to be receivers in the suit, so some sort of arcane receiver that surely we have its weakness. If that's how they're doing it, if they're using some sort of receiver to receive the arcane energy in order to power the suits, then such receiver cannot be in the suit or armored by the suit. The suit has a weak point.
What would stop them from using some sort of an arcane crystal that could be charged and swapped. Like oil in a lantern.
I mean, it's possible, but you look at your centerpiece, for example. You don't have to swap out piece for that. And doing so, you basically have to rebuild the whole suit again around it. It'd be quite the task just to swap, surely. Can't imagine it lasting too long. You'd have to have some sort of element, almost pure arcane, to power it for any more than a few hours.
Okay, so not practical. Good. That's good. I can work with that. So at worst, we're dealing with some sort of arcane energy powered suits, or at best, well, maybe reverse those. When you can, at worst, you have suits with receivers that are feeding on the life energy of some large creature trapped in a sigil. Maybe like a dragon.
It's possible, yeah. A dragon, a giant sea creature. You know, a lot of creatures are giant to us, so not to think about the real big ones. Out of character, Leo the DM, for the life of him, because he's on the spot, cannot think of another large creature besides a dragon right now.
Giants, perhaps?
Yeah, I was thinking Tarask.
I literally just mentioned tree ants in this episode.
All of those. Maybe not the giants, though.
I don't know if tree ants count as being huge, even though they're like the size of trees, right?
It's pretty
It's like
fucking
palm
giant.
trees.
Yeah.
Don't know
What's
if you've ever
the-
stood next to a tree before or not, Durf, but they're pretty fucking tall.
Right, but like giant, I don't know if I would call a tree a giant. Depends on tree, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, as per usual, you two have been incredibly helpful.
Oh, we do our best.
Owen goes to turn for the door, and as he's reaching for the handle, he stops and turns back around and says, "You know, don't, if anybody else comes to you with an idea, like me, tell them no.
They have a sorrowful look on their face. Almost empathetic.
Owen will nod mostly to himself and continue out the room.
Would anyone else like to do something during this time?
Bridge would like to get washed up and then pace back and forth in their room. That's it.
Cool. So, with that, I think this is a good time to take our break. So,
Yeah.
let's try and be back by past on the hour. Jesus Christ. So, 30 minutes past 8 for us Brits, and then 5 hours before that for you, Shay, and 6 before that for you, Snake. And we'll continue from where we left off then.
See, no matter how much I try, I can't make this thing kill me. It's a little bitch ghost who can't do anything. Gotta reload. Spam right click? What? Is it trying to... Oh, you bastards! Oh no! I'm being perma-staggered! Hey, Wesker! Take this! Help me! Help!
Anyway. Jesus Christ. Got 10.
I gave you guys really easy targets with the off.
Jesus Christ, when is it gonna stop?
I really want
I'll
to
save
check
you!
that out.
Oh God! Oh God! Seren, you dumb motherfucker!
Thank you for throwing a box at Gregor. Wait, I'm not Snake! Why did I just... I've been conditioned! Oh my god! I'm leaving. I'll be right back. Somebody in chat reminded me of something. A fucking box? Fall off the bridge? Aww. Oh!
What the hell?
Well, why did that happen?
MLG! Oh my god!
That's right.
I like fire. Fire is cool.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not how fire works.
I hate you. Hold on. I feel like there's a dude up there still. Maybe not, but...
I mean, I shot a guy, but there might be. Don't fuck up.
How the hell do I cook this thing?
You did. You pulled it in. Well,
Welcome back, everyone. We return to the adventure of Dragon's Breath. Would anyone like to kick us off? Oh, cool.
Depends on the time of what's going on, right? Because three of us have got 8 hours to go.
Yeah, that's so like if Fridge or Snake had anything else they wanted to do in the remaining probably 7 hours at this point.
No, Fridge is just going to be pacing back and forth in their room.
For 8 hours?
Yeah. They have some stuff to work through mentally.
Owen?
Owen's about the same, to be honest. He's trying to figure out a course of action. Trying to parse through all the information he just got. And, well, one thing he will do at some point is seek out the orcs again.
Mm-hmm.
To ask a few questions.
Let's start with that then.
I assume they are in their assigned rooms.
Yeah, you, as you go back out into the hallway from your room, you notice that there is a room with 3 names on it. Yargoth, Narex, and Frank now, apparently.
I will approach and I will knock. Thrice.
The door opens, and inside you see that the room almost seems like an open world. You see a sky above you and open plains where these orcs are just resting.
Well, that's nifty. Huh.
Yargoth will speak something in Orcish, and Narex will translate it to be, what's up? What do you need?
Would you be willing to answer a few questions about your previous benefactor?
He'll sit up, remove the bit of wheatgrass from his mouth. Sure.
Right, so, you guys mentioned before that there's at least someone wearing my armor. How much of it did you see?
I never dealt with, didn't like their folk. Narex will speak up though and say, I got a fairly decent look at it, yes.
Was it just the one, or?
There was 3 guards with rich-looking individual. Said his name was Dagolt, and they seemed to be his guards when they were talking with Granok.
Was it just those 3 that you saw with the armor?
Yeah, they were the only ones who accompanied him. A company. Got to use it. Nice.
Yeah, everybody's learning. What can you tell me about it? How differently did it look from mine?
Darker metal, more hide. And that, and he'll point to the main centerpiece of your chest. Sort of burning, like fire color.
Interesting. concerning. Anything else comes to mind?
I mean, not really. Is there something you were looking for?
No, just anything that you can think up that might be different.
Could you put it on? Might help.
Oh yeah, sure. He'll tap his chest.
He'll stand up and do a lap around you. Lift the cloak slightly to get a better look at the back. Where's the wire thing?
Wire thing?
Yeah, like here, and you'll feel him press slightly on your lower back. Like here was like weird box thing.
Weird box thing.
Yeah.
Could you hang on? One will produce his notebook and a writing implement. Can you draw it?
I'll try. Oh, he's pretty good. So you see him begin to draw out quite artistically. First the shape of the lower portion of the armor, and then a small sort of box with a wire that sort of dangles out of it.
From the lower portion of the box?
So imagine like a rectangular cuboid placed horizontally on the lower back, and then out the right-hand side of that cuboid, the wire will dangle downwards there.
Is there anything affixed to, like, speaking in our terms, does it have like a cable end, like say like a plug? Or is it just wire?
No, just wire.
Like one of those microphones they wear on TV? You know, with the box on that they have to shove down the back of your shirt? That kind of thing?
Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, like a lapel mic sort of situation. Kinda. Bigger in size than that. And obviously, instead of the wire coming out and then going up to their chest for the microphone, it just dangles loosely. And it's thicker set wire than that. Almost the size of, like, sailing rope.
That's thick. All right, stick a pin in that. Let's shift gears a bit to armaments. Well, I guess, do any of you remember seeing any large creatures present in the company of Daggled and Co.?
Oh, just humanoids.
Okay. What can you tell us about the Tower of Storms?
The ritual place of ours. Long ago. We would talk with Talos there. Occasionally we thought that those who use the seas were using it nefariously. Call on Talos to bring judgment to those. Or if we needed safe passage for our friends or allies, we call the clear skies. It was a place of worship once. A beacon for those sailing at sea. It was, what do you call it in your language? A house of light?
Lighthouse, but sure, close enough.
Lighthouse, yes, a lighthouse. And he'll say it a few times to himself.
I like House of Light. We should change it. Sorry, carry on.
Well, you were, Annika, they were in the room during the scrying thing, right?
Yeah.
You all saw what they were doing to the tower, yes? Or doing in it, at least. We intend to go there. Well, just to be clear, that was the Tower of Storms that we were looking at, right? I noticed you were all very quiet during that moment.
Been a long time since we've seen it, but yes, the structure is ancient orcish in nature. And we believe that to be one of what was once resting room within the tower on the ground floor.
What are the odds that one or all of you could maybe sketch us a map? Just so we know what we're getting into.
Probably, yeah. That seems doable. He'll reach his hand out for the paper once more.
Pass it along.
And then he'll roll to see how well he does this again. I accidentally rolled the wrong dice. There we go. Same result. Wow, that took ages for it to make any dice sound effects for me. The previous rolls I've done had not. That one did, and it kind of threw me. Give us just a second here, then, while I open up paint.net to show you exactly what he scrolls out for you. Sake of this, I'll go to my Discord and share that screen to you all. You see this? In the Discord.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So, I'm not going to go through the effort of getting my graphics tablet out for this, so it would be better, so I'll just use the line tool. Use a good size on the old pen tool here. Oh, that's not a good size. Whoop. So we start sketching out the outline roughly of the ground floor of the tower to begin with. It looks somewhat like this. Then for ease of use, I'll just grab the old circly tool right here. And
like a really whack Among Us figure so far.
So you'll mark this location here first, where I've just done that line. This entranceway here. This leads to foyer room, 15 feet tall ceiling. South of that here, there's another door leads to Shrine of Talos. And out of there, a small balcony that we used to spend time, relax, listen to the sea, very calming.
On the first floor. Sorry.
Well, you're not here.
I'm not there.
here there's door leads to circles. What's the word? Circle stair. Go up. 3 floors total. And here lead to room we think Scry was in before. For ease of use, ignore the lines in red now as he draws out the second floor. These walls are no longer on the second floor. And he'll mark out second floor as you come out the door here lead to open roof area with lightning rod down here that capture storm energy. And then third floor, just the circle area where we would light fire to create light for let's see. The path there have winding stone cliff passageway that then come into bridge that winds a path up to flat ground. What you call, like, rock high up, but flat.
Cliff? Plateau?
Plateau. That one, yes. All of this water. And he'll hand that back to you.
Huh. Would you be able to...
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
The worst part is I drew all that out and then realized I could just screenshot it.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Yeah, I've copy and pasted it into the Discord chat for you all.
You mentioned storm energy. What exactly was it used for?
It alter in room of prayer. You could touch and it let you have power of Talos. You could shoot lightning for a while.
Define a while.
Maybe day at most, and only so many times, depending on how storm had been.
Well, that's horrifying. Okay. Do you happen to remember just how many people this Daggled was traveling with, bodyguards notwithstanding?
Notwithstanding? What this mean?
Not including the bodyguards?
Oh, when we saw him, just him and bodyguards.
How do they travel?
They had big, like, box on wheels with horse pull. Not like cart open, you know, but like cart
Carriage?
but box. Is that what it called? Are you here?
I'm not here, no.
I keep hearing voices. I'm very scared.
It happens here all the time. It's fine. Well, you've been a big help.
Okay. Glad. Good.
I'll leave you all to your wheatgrass.
How you say, cheers.
Cheers.
Don't be elusive. Got to use it.
You got it. Owen will throw a thumbs up and sort of awkwardly shuffle out the door.
Nice. Anything else for your time?
No, not solo.
Cool. Then let us fast forward to Junior, Rhian, and Sildan as they complete the works of the blade. Were you making a long sword or a short sword here, Junior?
A short sword.
Cool. You may add to your inventory, as you rolled so well, a short sword +1.
Oh my.
By a +1, is that like? Well, it's not going to be their modifier, is it? It's going to be just the sword. A short sword rolls a d6, so that's a d7. I don't know.
It's
There's no such thing as a d7.
it's a specific item on D&D Beyond called a short sword +1. It's part of the player's handbook, or just the base rules of the basic rules of D&D, and essentially it's a short sword, but you have a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with that magic weapon, and it's considered a magic weapon. Proficiency with short sword allows you to add your proficiency to the attack rolls, just as the same as any other normal short sword. But essentially, the short sword, but you get an extra +1 to your attack and to your damage.
Which will be great for Fredge, honestly.
Look.
So the final satisfying dip into the cold water as the metal's hot
And you see
happens.
this flowing rainbow of various colors that shimmer up and down the blade in certain lights.
Oh yeah, the mood ring stones or have been obviously put into the hilt on either side of it. If that's what I was planning on doing with those.
Cool.
Sorry.
The effects of having worked with it while making the blade, though, have given the blade a sort of rainbowy sort of shimmer to it, though.
Excellent. So what about the as Junior pulls it out of the cold water then and holds it up to the light, the Fawnhold style is that it uses iron mainly and then bits of steel, which creates these sort of like veins of lighter metal that go through. Are they like rainbow colored?
Yeah, they'll be. So it's sort of like a
They're
Damascus
very
steel
faint.
that we like. So for us, in this universe, we'd call this sort of like a Damascus steel. But imagine where you'd have the darker veins of the Damascus steel actually being a sort of rainbowy sort of color that patterns its way throughout the blade.
I'm picturing like oil on the floor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really good descriptor for it.
Oh, awesome. Well, I am incredibly proud of this.
Well, I don't
Junior
know
holds it
about
out to the armor.
greatest swordsman, but definitely the greatest swords maker.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. I've been
was
running
gonna
this
say
business
Black-
for quite a while. If you could, share the word around town, really appreciate
Oh, absolutely, my man. Oh, name, by the way. I'm sorry, we've been working for you for 8 hours. I didn't think to ask your name. How incredibly rude of me.
it. Douglas.
Douglas. Fantastic name. I'll be sure to tell everyone how great of a craftsman you are.
Sure you do now.
Oh, what about a, obviously I'm looking for a sheath. You sell those bad boys?
What sort of thing
Something
are you
real
looking
nice.
for?
Just a real nice leather.
You want just one of the ones that, holds the blade and grafts around at the hilt, or do you want something that covers the whole blade when it's sheathed?
Oh, it covers the whole blade. Come on, man.
Like hard casing or just loose leather?
Soft
sort of
leather
casing?
and fur
Soft
on the
leather.
inside to keep the blade nice and
Very
nice and
It
clean
helps
as
with cleaning
they
it, yeah.
keep it.
Yeah. I think I've got something like that, and he'll look around, grab something that seemingly would do the task quite well, and he'll take a metal rod that he has in one of his buckets of tools, put it into the forge for just a few moments, and then stamp the very bottom of the leather of this sheath, and it leaves an imprint of the crest of Waterdeep, bottom of it.
Sure, excellent. Well, I'm a very satisfied customer, Douglas. Also, thank you so much, you two, for helping out. That was gestured at Rhian and Sildan.
Well, of course.
And Junior sheaves the short sword into the gorgeous leather sheath.
Oh, I cannot wait for her to see you give that to her. Oh, him, her, she, they. Sorry.
Whatever it is. Okay, one last stop before we head back, huh?
Oh, Jesus
I
Christ.
just need to go pick up some coffee. So.
Out of character, I feel like you're pulling the stops out here. Just
Yeah.
Hey, I've had 2 weeks. I thought about it.
This is what happens when you take a man's PC away from him.
Yeah, no distractions.
Fairly easily done. You can go to a stall where you've seen Reg buy it from before, grab similar stuff, and make your way to the tower.
All right. Unless you guys got anything you want to do, want to head back?
No, I think that's a good idea if we've done everything we need here.
Agreed.
I sort of bounced over it, but I generally really do appreciate the help.
Oh, it was.
Junior will remember this. Pops above his head.
Quick, jump to Snake's chat and do the redemption.
Wait, what?
Snake has a stream
It's
redemption that
Oh,
allows
okay.
you to do that exact thing.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I guess we head back, right?
Cool. You make your way back to the Blackstaff's tower, in through the door and up to the middle floor chamber.
Anyone present? Does Junior know where Fridge is?
You imagine you could probably find Fridge pacing in their room.
You hear the footsteps.
Rhian's gonna follow him, but not if he goes in, not go in, like hang outside the door and just like sneakily peer in.
glass to the wall.
Oh, sorry. Also worth note, Fridge, could I have you roll a d8, please?
Yeah.
Because that happened at some
It
point in
did,
this
yeah.
session. I'd totally forgotten until now.
Where's my dice? 5? 5.
Cool. It's the poison ivy one, so light green roots with darker green hair towards the ends.
Nice.
Also, did I have to pay for the sheaf? I think the Hilton whatever.
I just walked out of there with it. I was like, thanks, bye.
You did drop an extra 5 gold at the start, mind.
I did do that.
You already paid for it
Awesome.
in exposure.
Oh no. Alright, a knock at Fridge's door happens.
Yeah, just a sec. And Fridge will pull open the door.
Hello!
Hi.
You okay?
Yeah. Surprisingly good, thanks. You?
Yeah, sure. Doing okay. May I come in?
Sure. And Fridge will stand back to let them in.
Junior walks in.
Fridge will shut the door.
God damn it.
On Rhian's face as the baby was trying to enter as well.
She, go to the kitchen really quickly, get a glass. Put it up to the door. I can hear the emotions.
Oh boy. Well, this is something I don't really do. So I guess I'll just start with honesty. I'm a prick, and I have been for a while. I really do apologize for that. I guess I'm going to try my best to explain why that is, and why I decided, more importantly, that my swords are more important than the trust of this group.
Okay. Fridge will pull out the chair, leaving the bed open if you wanted to sit on it.
Yeah, since I was 8, I've kind of been alone. I mean, like, even my name, Junior, is a kind of a joke about. It was given to me kind of horribly by a nasty man. As a joke that I didn't have any parents, but I feel like I'm just making excuses here. Like I said, I'm a prick. I'm really sorry. I'm just so sorry that I have fought like bandits and now Manticore and wraiths, and I have been hit pretty fucking hard on the old noggin here, but nothing cut deeper than the way you looked at me when I betrayed your trust. And that was when I realized how much I care for you. And how I probably should stop being a twat. I hope you understand that this whole great swordsman that's ever lived is just a persona. When I was a kid, I was pretty shy. I spent most of my time sleeping in the cupboard, in fact, in the old orphanage. I hid behind the skirts of adults, didn't want to talk to anyone. And then a terrific man called Ashley Campbell taught me to wield some swords. It gave me confidence, and I took it too far, sure. But it's the only thing that makes me feel that I'm not completely worthless. And when they were taken from me, that's how I felt. I felt completely useless. I felt like I couldn't protect you and everyone else in this group. And I made the brash decision to take them back. Not thinking about how that would make anyone else feel, or how the Cyric could be a potential vicious bastard. And I'm sorry.
I understand you've been through a lot, Junior, and I know that we haven't known each other very long. So thank you for opening up and telling me that. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. And I'm sorry that...
No, please go on.
I'm sorry that you had such a shitty upbringing. If it helps, mine wasn't exactly a basket of roses either. So I was a little excited and maybe a little strong in my in my excitement to have a connection with someone, I guess.
Oh, I get that. I mean, quite frankly, I felt like that kind of connection between us before I'd even figured out that we were related. I don't know if you did, but it was the impression I got.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh shit! I almost forgot. I'm just gonna pull out the short sword and hand it to Fridge hilt first.
Fridge will
I made
take
you
it with
something.
a confused look on their face that turns pained when Junior says that, and will take a look at what it is.
As you pull the hilt of the blade, it slides effortlessly out of the leather sheath. And there, in your hand, you hold this glinting blade of various rainbow colors. What mood does Fridge currently have?
Confused, pained, more confused.
One second. You see this gemstone at the hilt of the blade go from a dark black color to green with mixtures of swirling yellow around it.
This is for me?
Did I stutter? Yeah, it's for you. I made it. I'm kind of like Junior's probably covered in soot, right? And then, although Sildan was prestidigitation all the time, right? So maybe he isn't.
I thought that was for the bellows, but
Yeah,
It
Junior's
was.
covered in
Yeah.
soot, but
He
Sildan
could
is not.
clean you if he wanted.
No, Junior, I guess you can put it together. You've found it. He's been gone for a while.
Thank you. And Fridge will give him a big hug.
Oh, okay. You know that bit in Indiana Jones when his dad hugs him for the first time? It's a bit like that.
So Fridge will
Junior's
squeeze a little bit tighter.
resistance, but then he just like leans into it. So
Then you feel the sharpness of the blade in your back. Fridge didn't
as I
let
stab
go.
the short sword, like, you fool!
You fell for it, no.
I'll cherish it. Thank you.
They're important things, swords. Junior winks.
Fridge will shudder. Just, ugh.
I just think he's joking about the fact that like swords are important. Oh, also, I'm gonna take out the coffee jar.
It's
Figure this would be
snatched
useful
from
to you.
your fingers before you even
Okay.
finish pulling it out.
Okay.
As you get the coffee, the gemstone turns to an orange color.
So
I
we
think it's
handle
fair to
this.
say that also Sildan and Rhian helped with the making of that. I mean, it was my idea because I'm terrific. No, that's not make this about me.
I mean,
They helped.
make it about you a little bit. It's pretty awesome.
Thanks. Yeah, Ashley taught me that. The old fawn hold style. He was going to draw his own sword at that point, his long sword, and hold it up to, like, are the curtains open in this room?
I hadn't actually thought about the room having windows, to be honest.
Okay. Is there light in this room?
Yeah.
Hold it up to the light. And you see, like, the same, like, rainbow colors that are going for yours. They're not rainbow on Juniors, obviously, but they're, like, silver veins that go up his sword. I call it a phantom kiss. It reminds me of the breath that a ghost might make on a window.
Cringy.
Hey, fuck you! Every great swordsman needs their swords to be... I'm not telling you what my short sword's called now.
Oh no, however will I live?
It's nudge for it in the ribs.
Well, are we off to rescue Flint, or...?
Well, I am. I don't know how this group feels about that, but
I'm going.
I owe that man.
We all do.
Good. How about let's go discuss that?
Yeah.
And we open the door to Rhian falling over.
She's like visibly red and crying. Like, oh, bring it in. Oh, you're such a bunch of lovelies. Oh.
The glass shatters against her ear as she hits the floor.
Still bleeding. It's fine. Still crying. Blood and tears. It's all good. Pulling
Blood and tears.
Oh, that's
Thank you,
worse than the
Rhian.
bloody branch.
I can't wait to tell the story of this scar. Oh, it's going to be wonderful.
This dwarf kills me.
I'm really
I hope not.
As she produces a dagger.
Wrong dwarf.
Oh. Oh. Foreshadow.
Is everyone else in the second room if we head down to it? Other than Rhian, who's behind us.
Crying.
Oh, you remind me so much of my kids.
Oh.
Where are
You
your kids?
want to talk about it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't talk about my kids.
The name was Junior and Fridge.
Oh
shit.
my god.
Yeah, is Owen and Sildan in the middle chamber?
Owen would be in his room.
Yeah, so that could be in the chamber if everyone's...
As we walk past, do we walk past Owen's door? Can we give it a knock? Like team meeting?
Let's see, why not?
Junior knocks on Owen's door as he walks past. Team meeting?
Once more?
Yeah, be right there.
And we'll head down and join Seren. Ooh, oh, I miss Seren. We'll head down and join Sildan, and we'll wait on Owen, right? I feel like I'm making decisions there for people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Don't see why not.
Yeah, no, I'm good to go. Save myself from myself to find myself. Only then will my true self reveal itself.
The inception of D&D characters.
Oh, yeah. The dream within a dream.
One of those Russian dolls.
Mm.
After a few moments, Owen would show up behind.
Alright, boss man. I know I'm awful keen on going to this tower, but ultimately you get the final word. What are we doing?
Well, first, couple of things. Owen will slide the map onto the table. Orcs drew this up. It's general floor plan of the tower. And here's where they believe Flint is being held. So we got a location, we have a layout. They also
So
gave me
we're going.
We're going.
Fuck yeah.
A plan?
Say under my breath.
Still working that part out. I don't know how many people are still there. If they're doing to Flint what I think they're doing to Flint, it's entirely possible that we'll encounter, well, the same forces we encountered before when we lost him.
And we don't know where his heart is either.
No. Daggle's there. He has. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say it was with us all along. I was just making a stupid joke.
Reaching in my bag of holding.
I have something for this, if I may. But, I don't know if you're all going to want to hear it.
Better to than not, right?
What do you got?
Yeah. The floor here, he taps with his index finger and at the top floor on the map, the circular one. The heart might be in there, but it's what you all choose to do with it that's the hard part.
What do you mean?
Well, I had a bit of a vision. Something that I saw. It was the beating heart. And, well, if given the choice, if you destroy it, there will be chaos and darkness, and yet if you do nothing, it's very likely in the coming battle, all will die, all of you. Perhaps even myself.
And what if we put it back? Is there a way to put it back? There has to be a way to put it back.
That I don't know.
I'm having trouble following. You saw a vision of Flint's heart. Someone you've never met. And if we destroy, I didn't even know destroying it was on the table. For one, if we do that, we bring chaos. What does that mean?
I wish I had more clarity in these kinds of matters. I just know that well, I won't call them dreams, but...
Oh, my mic was muted. Would you like me to recall that part of the dream to you?
My vision shifted. In one vision, you all decided to destroy the heart. And there was darkness, and I heard the flapping of wings of a great creature, which I could only take to be this dragon. In another vision, you did nothing and simply shrunk away from the heart, and, well, then I saw your bodies lying broken on the battlefield. I can't really give you more than that. Perhaps there's a third way. I don't know what will happen if you try and do something else, or if you'll do something else.
You're right. I didn't like a word of that.
He looks fairly uncharacteristically grim. He doesn't look like he enjoyed telling you.
My Flint was missing a heart, right? We saved the heart, we saved the world. Gotta save the cheerleader, save the world. Sorry.
Was that a Heroes reference?
It was, yeah.
Good lord.
Then we should get going.
With no plan?
We'll we've got a journey. Actually, I don't know if I know where it is. Would Junior know where this lighthouse is? It's only like north of Thornhold, right? Yeah.
You know where the passageway to it is. You've never actually been there yourself, but yeah, just a few miles north of Thornhold, there is sort of like a crevasse that opens or leads into a narrow passage that winds down towards where the beach is, that causes these two sheer cliff faces to encompass either side of the passage.
We don't really have much of a choice, really, do we?
Jesus,
this vision involved everyone's death? Like everyone at this table was dead.
You'll have to... Was that the case, Leo? Or was it like only certain people, like only people that I could see? It was all shifting or something, or was it actually everyone here?
You didn't have a clear vision of everyone, but you did note seeing Junior, Bridge, Owen, the Blackstaff, and then yourself.
And currently sitting at the table is all of those people.
Minus the Blackstaff.
Yeah, but it's just the core group, right? Like Rhian and everything. There's no orc sitting here or anything.
No. No, they're up in their room.
I can't be certain, but I know I saw the Blackstaff and everyone here, save you. He points to Rhian.
That's good enough to me. I'm heading for the tower.
Yes, well,
No alarm here. No one's going to. Really? Or just remaining calm?
I don't think any of us are calm. Contemplative, but not calm.
Well, let's figure out the contemplative bullshit on the way, right?
What if the Blackstaff has something here? Something in one of the tomes she has upstairs where we can find out if we can rescue Flint?
Yeah, this is a time for a bit of research, I think.
Silky, have you heard of anything like this before?
Not that I can immediately. He ponders for a minute. Can I roll something, or do I not recall that ever?
I'm sorry, I was so enveloped in the name of the episode being The Calm Before the Storm that I missed the the bit of conversation just before Fridge asked.
Wow,
so-
DM. Wow.
Fridge asked if Sildan had ever encountered anything like this before, could have any knowledge, and he kind of stumbled and pondered for half a sec.
Yes, I
And
heard
then I
that
asked if I
bit.
could roll anything.
It's the like this that I don't. What? Like what?
The heart
Oh,
being taken
Okay.
out of someone, and now it's can do crazy chaos stuff, or
Owen
if there's any
will,
way that.
Owen will say openly, they're using it as a Horcrux. I'm not entirely sure to what end.
Okay, how does that work? What do we do? We can't destroy it. As if we destroy it, we all die, or the whole world goes into chaos. Just to be clear, are they using Flint's heart as whatever you said what it was?
That's the impression I got.
And let's go. We got a diagram. We have an idea of where they are. Maybe we could bring the orcs with us. I mean,
We
that
might.
magic dude, what was his name? Gorthok seemed pretty magical and useful.
We
No matter
might
what
be able.
we do. Sorry.
We might be able to use some of the materials here to figure out exactly how to reverse whatever they did.
Yeah, any inkling there, DM, on Horcruxes?
Roll a. It's a difficult one. Roll an Arcana check.
16.
Not really.
Yes, nothing immediately springs to mind. I think Owen's right that we would need to consult the books, the Blackstaff.
Am I able to roll that as well?
If you'd like, sure.
21.
21. You get the sense, from your knowledge of reading up the arcane when working on the suit, you thought of using a Horcrux. The thought crossed your mind briefly. You thought of using a Horcrux to help with powering the suit. But you know that the caveat would be that it would bring an emptiness to yourself, your emotions, your being, to have a part of you become Horcrux. And the only way, really, to have a part of you no longer be a Horcrux is through its destruction.
Owen does not mention that out loud. In fact, he becomes real quiet real fast.
Well, it seems like we really don't have a choice. If we do nothing, we will die. And if we don't do anything, well, big winged, I assume a dragon or something?
A white one if we've got any knowledge to go on.
Either way, if you mind my language, we're pretty fucked.
I mean, strictly speaking, we are. You don't have to be part of this if you don't want to.
Oh no, I can't let you all go without me. Not going to happen. I'll come with you and I'll die protecting you.
Well, don't say we didn't give you an out.
So what now?
How about we leave it to a vote? Okay, I'm all for leaving now. If his Sildan's dream is right, then the only way we can possibly stop ourselves from ending this fate of death or chaos is to save this heart of Flint's. And I want to save that heart of Flint's anyway, seeing as I owe the bastard. I mean, he saved everyone here, right?
We don't know how to save it, Junior.
Right, okay, so we sit here and read books for a bit?
Well, we might not have any other choice.
And if these books bring nothing, then we've lost, like a day, a week, a month?
Well, it's simple. We kill the dragon.
At this point, the Blackstaff walks in. We're going after the dragon.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What do you know? Owen will yield.
No, carry on.
What do you know about Horcruxes?
Nasty things. One of the previous Blackstaffs, a few generations back, they essentially perfected the art of them. As such, the knowledge is passed down to me. What do you need to know?
How to reverse them.
Reverse isn't really an option. You can swap out the Horcrux for something else, but once a Horcrux is made, something must always be in its place.
If you swap, will that free the hold on whatever was the previous Horcrux?
Yes, in place of the new. Theoretically speaking, I mean, I've never tried it myself.
Does it have to be of equal value? I mean, like, for example, off the top of my head, what if the Horcrux was a heart and we replaced it with a pebble?
I can't imagine that'd work all too well.
So equal
Or better.
amount. Or better. Shit.
Well, what is it you said, Silky? You take the heart and then the dragon comes?
Well, if we destroy it,
Could we then replace it with the dragon's heart, maybe?
Well, if I'm understanding correctly, we can swap it, get Flint back, figure out where to go from there.
Swap it with
swap
what?
it with who?
With Skeever.
Bet you wish you kept him alive now.
Nope.
Alright, fair. There's always Norville.
I mean, it'd be quite fitting if we paid my old friend Daggle to visit.
Well, that depends how many he has around him.
I know he travels with 3 bodyguards.
3 bodyguards with your suit, though, right?
Yeah, but if my theory is correct, there's a weak point.
You do understand if a Horcrux is in place, the individual that the Horcrux is from cannot die.
Fair point. Maybe not
Like
Daggle.
immortality.
A painful version of it, yes.
Wait, so is it not Flint's heart? Is it Daggult's heart?
No, that was pretty assuredly Flint.
It seems like the options here are either to say goodbye to your friend, destroy the heart, and unleash the dragon or the chaos stemming from that. Do nothing and let your friend live on, but at the cost of some lives, your lives. Or I suppose you could find some unfortunate and swap their heart out.
Do they have to be good? Do they have to be sentient?
The Baron.
He nearly wiped us all out. If it wasn't for Flint, he would have. What makes you think we could take him on now?
Because I'm not the dick who's running the show anymore. We've actually got a smart guy who coming up with the plans. The reason that happened was because I was reckless. But I'm pretty sure I trust Owen. Whatever plan he comes up with, I'll back. And if we can get the Baron's heart, then not only we can save Flint, we can give a little bit of payback.
Again, I must remind you that whichever individual you make the Horcrux for, they will become immortal.
Horribly, though, right?
Are they going to end up like Flint, like the scry we saw, or would they be fully functioning still?
They'd lose their emotions, but...
Well,
Baron doesn't have any to begin with.
really change that then.
So what you're doing is you're making the Baron immortal at no deficit to him.
Yeah, okay, I'm seeing how coming up with plans is a good idea.
What about an
Behind
animal?
Junior, you hear a voice, and a being emanates from the shadow that stretches out from Junior.
I thought it was you said B.
A being.
Right.
This tall human individual with a almost devilish facial features and quite astute-looking Victorian attire in black and red with gold lining across it, with one arm behind his back, holds a cane in the other and bows forward towards you, saying, "Perhaps I might be able to offer some sort of a service for a change."
Oh, I highly doubt that prick.
Now.
Do I recognize
know.
him?
Yes. Normally he speaks to you in this voice. It's Cyric.
Got you.
Do I know this, DM?
Have you haven't had a spout with Cyric yet, have you?
No, but I'm...
Make a religion check for me.
Oh. Please be good. That was a 5.
You don't immediately recognize it, I'm afraid.
Okay.
No. I know that we haven't exactly seen eye to eye, what with me not being in my full form. But I assure you that I am but a god of mischief. And for once I would like to be kind, if you can believe it. I know it's so unbecoming of me. But of course, any deal has its bargain.
You know, I'm good, actually. Don't think I want to make any deals with a god of mischief, you said, is...
Yes. Cyric is the name. A pleasure to meet you, and he'll extend his gloved hand out towards you.
Boy, that just seems like a terrible idea.
Yeah, again, I'm good. But, hey.
With all due respect, maybe I haven't put all my cards on the table here. You see, being stuck within Junior is a nightmare, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Hey!
Shush,
I can assure you, you deserve it.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't talking to you for a change.
Oh, right.
And you seem to need a being willing to offer themselves to immortality.
You have to have a heart for that. Something I can assure you're lacking.
Well, hold on. Look, I realize that this is like an awful thing for me to bring up right now, because I've just sort of made ground with good old Fridge here. But I don't think, and if you'll excuse me, I'm talking to the rest of the group here, Cyric, if you wouldn't mind turning around and pretending that you can't hear it.
By all means. And he'll bow once again and turn.
The fear that you will have of this entity is that you're worried that he's going to take me over and for what's for me to stab you guys in the back. But I don't get that impression. I just think he likes to have fun.
And what's to say it wouldn't be your heart he uses as a supplement for Flint's?
Well, I'm kind of hoping that it is, Fridge. I think that would be a good way for us to sort this out.
That's
No.
That's a bad plan.
My dear, you've got the wrong family member.
Bridge just bares her teeth at him.
You can't see that. He's still turned around.
Doesn't matter.
Fair.
They do it anyway.
What did he say? I'm sorry, I'm becoming a robot very briefly.
He said, "My dear, you've got the wrong family member."
Cyric, if you are talking about Fridge, I will come over there and beat the shit out of you.
Wrong again, I'm afraid. And he'll open his cloak, and inside you'll see a small but still beating heart there. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump.
Oh, hey, Pops.
You understand it then, yes? Not the family reunion you were imagining, I'm sure, but one nonetheless.
Wait.
Okay.
Fala? Like as in dear old dad?
One and the same. Not me, but that, of course.
I'm not unpacking that right now. But you need to fill me in later. Fridge will say to Junior.
Junior will nod.
Okay, yeah, glossing over the fact that the god of mischief has the still beating heart of your father in his cloak, and that the god of mischief was inside you, and not in the good way. We don't even know what this Horcrux is for, and we're talking about replacing it. What if stopping it? What if destroying it is the safe play?
But we don't have a way to bring him back if we do kill him. Are we going to repay that kind of...
You know, Junior, this is why I made you piss in his flask. He's too wise.
I'm sorry, that was you.
Of course. It's a bit of mischief.
You know what, that's fair.
Cyric. No one else seems to want to hear it, but what's your plan?
Well, we put old Pops in place of Flint. Your father, out there somewhere, gets a bit of life breathed back into him.
And what happens to old Pops?
Well,
Like, I have no love for the guy, but I don't want him tortured.
he'd be free of my servitude. That would allow me more power to give to you, too.
And what's your plan for me after that?
I'd have you be my champion. You see, Dagult has made ties with another deity that I am not too fond of. One that doesn't like the mischief and the chaos that I bring. And he's made it rather difficult for me, hence why I've had to use certain ungainly means of transportation. It'd be nice to have my free reign over the plains once again. What is the world without a little mischief?
Very boring, I suppose. It really depends on what you mean by mischief, though. Murder does not involve that.
Right. You are.
Apparently eternal suffering counts, though.
You seem to know a lot, God of Mischief. What is the Horcrux powering?
I think you already know that answer, don't you?
Fridge will look over to Owen.
I want to look back.
There's something else, isn't there? Something you haven't said yet.
No, I'm pretty sure everything I have is on the table.
Nothing bigger than your suit of armor.
Not anything that I did. Not anything that I can think of. Oh, and actually thinks is... Am I forgetting something?
No. No, he's referring to the armors.
And unless he's... Well, that'd be stupid. Not at all sustainable unless he... He had like 3 other options and he chose Flint to power the armors.
He's a strong guy.
It's
He's an
also
idiot.
possible. It's also possible that he would have intuited that you would want to stop him. It was your invention, after all. I mean, do you care that much for this Flint?
It's... What gets me is that he'd have that kind of foresight to begin with. How do you even know any of us would come this far?
Well, you haven't noticed it, have you?
Oh, that was another trick of yours, huh?
No, but if you'll look up there, and as he points, it reveals an orb that has been following you for quite some time. Like I said, he has a patron that has been offering him their power. So I seem it only fair that I even the playing field.
What patron? What, the dragon?
Task.
Task.
Yes. Task.
Oh, Task. And who is this Task?
Had the notes up earlier. Didn't think we'd get this far. Let me get them back up. Why, Task is the chaotic god of dragons and greed. Selfishness. A fitting patron for Daggold, really.
And you want to fuck with him?
My boy, I want to fuck with everyone.
It's like you two are made for each other.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I kind of want to make out with the guy.
Uncanny.
Okay. The price of your help, Cyric, is what? You're going to bring back good old Pops there, and you want me to be your champion. And I guess you'll take joy out of fucking with this god of dragons.
Oh, great
Wait.
joy.
Hang on, dude. Let me just... I want to walk until he's just below the orb and start throwing things at it. How high up is it?
Close to the ceiling, so it's not very high in here. You could probably, like, give a little hop and catch it.
Yeah, I'll do that and try to I'll try to thunder gauntlet it, see if I can break it.
Okay.
Give it a quick fist bump.
Question on magic affecting things within the ethereal realm. Does it?
Probably not.
Okay. In that case,
Yeah,
then,
typically not.
the bolt of thunder echoes out from your gauntlets, but doesn't seem to affect this thing.
If we
Yeah.
can't get rid of it, we can hide us. Tiny hut.
Yeah, all right. In the meantime, can you do anything about that?
Well,
Yeah,
like,
you'll say to the... Go ahead.
say to, I'm assuming Cyric.
Blackstaff.
The
Oh.
Blackstaff.
Visibly shaken by seeing the presence of Cyric here. The rest of you
Oh,
are
right.
more like cool with this.
We've had warning signs. So
Um,
we're okay with
I could try, yes. And they'll begin casting Dispel Magic using an 8th level spell slot. And with that,
Sheesh.
it slowly flickers and then dissipates. I had no idea. I've been in the arcane for so long, and
Look, it doesn't matter. What's done is done. Everyone who's coming in, gather close, and Fridge will start casting Tiny Hut.
Cool. Is this with or without Cyric inside?
I'm assuming with,
Cool.
unless anyone stops me.
I think you'll probably hear anyway. He's already attached to me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to give the option. So with that, Tiny Hut is cast.
Don't be hasty about this, because you're technically giving a life of servitude just as much as Dad. It'd be no different than you swapping your heart out for his at this point.
Well, there's a few differences, of course. I don't
I'm
think...
not talking to you.
Right.
Sure, Fridge, but quite frankly, I owe, like I've said multiple times now, I owe the poor bastard,
We
that little
all
dwarf who
do.
saved everyone. I think you know full well that me more than anyone knows him. And honestly, becoming the champion of a god is not
Alright.
everything I've wished for.
Your ego.
I think it's just something to consider.
Look, however you want to spend your weekends, fine. But that's not really the part I take issue with. We don't really... If they're powering the armor, we need to shut that down. So if we're going to swap it with anything, we need to destroy it immediately after. I don't think that's what he wants.
You
Point
see,
to-
the thing is, currently the Horcrux is Flint's heart, and he is under the control of Baron von Law. Whilst this is the case, anything Baron von Law wants, the Horcrux shall give. With good old Papa in place, I would have the power over what the heart gives and doesn't give.
Which is the armor, right?
The ability to provide the armor with power or not in that case, which I'm assuming you would want the latter.
I'm still not really sold on giving you that power to begin with.
Why can't we use an animal?
So something of equal worth, right? I don't know if giving it a pigeon heart is the same as a humanoid.
Pig? Pigs are as close to human as you're gonna get.
Well, now hold on. I'm not a pig. Often.
What? How did you make that about you? I'm on about
For the
an
first
animal.
time, we weren't trying to insult people.
And when did your heart even become an option here? I don't understand.
But human, pig, human, never mind.
Oh, we missed a joke. Yeah.
This is serious, Owen. Stop messing around.
Yes, Mr. Rhian, do stop with the mischief. That's my area of expertise.
Owen rolls his eyes, waiting for that.
Okay, so Cyric, we replaced the heart of our good friend Flint with the heart of Pops there. Pops comes back to do what? Like, quite frank, like I said before, I don't want him tortured. He just comes back, or
Whatever he so pleases.
whatever he so pleases. And then I become your champion. And then we go on to do whatever the fuck it is that we do.
Cause chaos, bedaggled? And that will be the mischief that I desire.
For Daggled, not for... Like, you're not evil, right?
Define
Oh,
evil.
Sure, because he's going to answer that honestly.
Well, you had control of my body for a bit. You just decide what I can do sometimes. You haven't decided that you wanted me to stab anyone in their sleep.
No,
Going to
you're
perfectly good water skin, that was pretty evil.
right.
That's
good.
true. That's pretty mean.
I believe the ones who decided to murder someone were you lot with... What was his name? Skiva, was it? And you've got mischief in you. You, Mr. Wren, decided to give dark leaves to a poor, unsuspecting individual, and look at the chaos that ensued because of that. Chaos is only natural. I just thrive in it.
Yeah, that's the part that scares me. What do you make of all this? I want to say to the Blackstaff, you know how this stuff works. Would an animal heart do it?
It would have to be of equal value, or better. If I've never tried it, I don't know if an animal heart would be considered equal value to that of a dwarf's heart.
What if Rhian had a point? What if we take down the dragon? And the dragon heart replaces Flint's heart? That has to be of equal value, right?
And then we give Cyric, like, what? A dragon as his champion?
Why does Cyric get anything? He didn't get involved in this plan.
I'm right here.
I don't care.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, Cyric here is an opportunist. Sees power, is reaching for it. We don't have to oblige him.
Granted, you don't, but with all due respect, I've seen what you mortals can do with power, and it's a lot worse than what I've done.
Yeah, probably. We're trying to end all that.
And I'm merely giving you a means to do so.
Okay, wonderful. Plan Z. Now what about A through to Y?
Well, according to Sildan's dream, it could be that we all die, or we do nothing and everything turns into chaos. Weirdly, why would you not be into that, Cyric?
Because I can't really relish
right,
in it when I'm stuck inside you.
Right. And also this dragon god that you don't like. You want to fuck with him, right?
Indeed I do.
Ugh.
Junior, did you know Dad?
I only saw him once.
What do you know about him?
He has a white stripe in his beard.
Is that everything?
Yeah, he was there at the orphanage fire. That's how I'd.
Then.
And admittedly, I guess Baron had altered my memory for me to forget that. But once I remembered about Flint, that came back to me too.
We need to unpack that later as well, but he is also a wild card. We don't know what he's capable of. We could be doing something worse than putting Baron Valar in his place. Or whoever.
I'm getting the impression that good old Pops over there probably made a deal with Cyric. In fact, maybe you could tell us, Cyric. Is Fowler like a previous champion of yours?
He never accepted the title of champion, but I did fuck with him for a little while. It was good fun.
Excellent, okay.
He understood me.
Didn't I was on your side, Cyric, and then you said that. Okay.
You know he understood me. We had similar means, he and I. He understood mischief. I thought I'd get the same from you, but it appears I have fallen short.
But there are things more important to me now than mischief and having an important name.
He said the exact same thing, you know. Truly does run in the family.
Guys, what are we doing? I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I'm not for the plan of you throwing your life away to this guy.
I feel a little out of place because I've never met this Flint fellow, so giving my opinion doesn't feel right.
No, we
I
value
mean-
yours, Shay. Shay. Still there.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I like you too.
I mean, we'll take whatever advice we can get right now.
Yeah, we're all pretty. We haven't got a path right now.
What?
Yeah.
When you replace the heart, sure, you can replace it, but does the individual then go back to how they were?
You mean
Well,
dear
that's what I
Flint?
asked.
Yes, I mean, Flint, does he just... I mean...
If done correctly, yes.
Really? You can take the heart that's been perverted to that degree and just... well,
He's a god. So there.
That I am. Finally, someone understands.
A god that needs a doorway into our reality, I suppose. Right. Like, I owe Flint, and I'm more than happy to give up my heart for him.
It's not yours, my boy. It's your
A
father's.
foul. Yes, I get it. But that comes with me becoming your champion, right? Your pet, as you used to call me.
I'm sorry. You're okay. Just got weirder.
And grosser.
You
Is Cyric
millennials.
it
handsome?
does
Very.
seem that... And I don't say this to be callous, but for all you're trying to save Flint, you seem to be willing to give up a whole lot. I mean, this god here wouldn't be doing this if he didn't stand to gain something much greater out of it, right?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. I'd rather not give him anything.
But then if we do the unthinkable and we leave Flint to his fate, then we unleash the dragon anyway.
Well, I don't want to do that either. I'd like to find this replacement, see if we can make that work. If we can find an animal, I really don't want to fight the dragon. That seems like a death sentence.
I haven't known you for very long, but I agree with Owain.
But that we're not fighting the dragon.
Oh, I mean, we can fight a dragon, that's no problem. I've slayed one of those beasties before, but I'm more worried about keeping you in whole.
And what's equivocal to a dwarf's heart?
A humanoid or something larger.
It would have to be another heart, wouldn't it? Really?
What about someone who's brain dead here?
What about someone who's good? Somebody who's good, who could do something with an endless amount of life.
But Flint is good. He's just...
Flint is very good, from what I've heard, but he's also under the control of other people. So in fact, what he's doing right now isn't really good, is it?
Maybe.
If we found someone willing to give up their heart for immortality, that would do the world good in all their years.
Yo.
Would that be worth it?
Maybe we don't need a sacrifice at all. It's a similar concept to my armor, and when I made it, I had the thought of using a Horcrux, but came to the conclusion that it would ultimately warp me like it did Flint, and that it wasn't viable. So I opted for...
Sorry, go on.
Well, I opted for arcane energy instead. And me and the two world wonders up there came up with this. What if we could create something artificial?
Artificial how?
Arcane energy. All it uses is energy. Like, that's a different kind, sure, but energy nonetheless, if we can find a way to somehow match the signatures.
How much arcane energy are we talking?
You can see that Cyric's eyes are peaked at this point. He's very intrigued.
You like the idea of tricks, right, Cyric?
I like the idea of a philosopher's stone.
So many Harry Potter references today.
No, I wasn't even thinking that. I'm sorry.
Metal Alchemist.
I was like, can we pause for a second here and go out of game for half a second? We're talking about a philosopher's stone, and you were talking about a suit of armor and Horcrux. This is just Full Metal. We're just playing Full Metal Alchemist now.
Just bring in the chimeras and we're fine.
Word.
Hey, where did your dog came from?
It will forever be too early for that.
Alright, sorry, back into it. I just couldn't even...
I like the idea of a philosopher's stone.
Either you just named that very quickly, or you are familiar with this concept.
Oh boy, I'm familiar. Many of generations of mortals have dabbled with such a stone in the past, but it brings a heavy toll.
What does that mean?
While it does give the power of a god, its sacrifice is insurmountable.
I don't think we need anything that big. Really just something equivalent to maybe, say, a dwarf's heart.
See, what I'm picturing, God of Mischief, is, have you ever watched that play, Indiana Jones, where he replaces the golden head with a bag of sand? Like, if we can just replace it as a trick, just enough that we can get out, wouldn't that be really funny? And really mischievous?
Funny, yes.
But then how do I get what I desire out of that?
You get to fuck with the god of the dragons or whatever that you want to fuck with.
Not if I don't get my champion, I don't.
I mean, you're already inside me. You heard. You know full well I'm capable of becoming your champion.
There need to be stipulations.
Yes.
Such as?
You don't get involved with Fridge.
Not the kind of
That's number one.
Agreeable. But that works both ways.
a duration, a limit. Junior, think.
I get final say on decisions. Look, you know how I am. You know full well that I'm going to go around as Junior, the greatest swordsman that's ever lived, and I like a bit of mischief just as much as you do.
Have we seriously circled back around to you becoming the champion?
Yes, it seems to me that we're not wanting to face the reality that your friend will probably die. We'll all fight the dragon. That's the... oh, I hate to say it. That seems the easiest.
Easiest maybe, but not an option. Like, we're saving Flint. We're going to do everything that we can to do it.
You heard it from the God of Mischief's mouth. It can be done. We can revert the heart somehow. If anybody has the knowledge outside of the God of Mischief, it's the Blackstaff here.
I already said I wouldn't have any idea how to do such a thing.
But you can then, Cyric.
My boy is child's play.
Yeah, not sure I buy that.
Listen, and he'll put his hand up and a crystal will form from his hand, glowing in an emerald green color. You feel a strong arcane energy come from this crystal. You want something to replace the heart, and I want a champion. You won't let me have control over it, so this is my offer. Then he'll close his hand and the crystal disappears. We can make stipulations. I've shown that I am willing to do so. I'll even offer a boon. He'll extend his hand out towards Junior's shadow, and out will pop the dog. And it'll grow and grow in size, one joint at a time, until it's about the size now of a dire wolf.
But it sounds exactly the same.
No.
I don't know, guys. It seems like the best option that I got to save Flint.
And once old Daggalt is dealt with, I'll release you from my service.
I can be released.
Argle is a definitive time limit, though. Shit. That's an attractive offer, Owen. Proving that he would stick to it.
It's the God of Mischief.
Mm-hmm.
There's also no guarantee that Daggald would even be present.
Perhaps mortals don't understand the brevity of this, but... And he bows once more, saying this. You have my word.
That doesn't exactly mean a lot there, buddy.
I gave you mine.
A god's word is final, unbreakable.
And we have the God of Mischief to take that as truth from.
We have a God of Mischief who has something to gain now, as in a champion. I don't buy that he's gonna just piss off once we're done, though.
You're hard to reason with, and I've had to make sacrifices in order to get what I want. Such is how negotiation happens.
Even if he doesn't piss off after all this, it's the option that I think we should go for. The only person that can get hurt from that is me.
And if I hurt him, I'll have no body to go home to.
God.
I'm gonna ignore that, and so our options are twofold. We destroy the heart, destroy Flint, make no deals, probably deal with the dragon. We replace the heart with this, whatever the hell's that was, that stone.
Residuum.
Does that ring any bells out of character?
Make a history check.
Ten.
Faintly, you know that the origins of Arcane stem from this crystal, possibly, but you don't know to what extent or to what end path.
This residuum, who controls that?
Who controls Earth? Who controls that which you walk on? Many people say different things. At the moment, Daggelt.
And when we replace it with residuum, who then?
Pops, I think, right?
So when you replace Daggelt?
The heart. No, the heart
Oh.
with residuum.
Well, I mean, he'll still have his own residuum. There's quite the font of it in Undercity.
So the only thing that would change is we would get Flint back. But he'd still be in control.
Or we'd have another ally.
He'd have to send someone with the knowledge back to the tower in order to swap out your residuum for his. He'd have to mine it, refine it. It'd take time. Time that I'm hoping I can use to kill him.
Oh, capable of killing. That's not a good thing.
When it comes to champions of another god, things go outside of the rules.
So your play here is to use that residuum to lure him out. Lure him to the tower.
Not bad, is it?
Then you'd be putting Junior on the line until Daggelt is dealt with.
And what's your plan? Walk into a city full of guards and take him out?
Fuck it, deal. Junior's gonna extend his hand.
Cyric will shake it.
Or
The
just
deal has been struck,
panicking.
and you have my word once Daggelt is dealt with, you shall be freed of my service. And he'll cross his hand over his heart when he says that. He'll extend his hand outwards and the residuum lay in his hand and he offers it to Owen.
Owen will look at Junior directly as he takes the residuum and shoves it in the bag of holding.
He'll pull his hand up so his arm stretches across his chest, do a bow and say, "When you need me in your most trying time, I will help once. Call on me. Ta-ta," and then vanish back into Junior's shadow.
How quickly can
Don't
you
look
get
at me
us
like
there?
that. The only other option was having Flint die. And I'm not having that.
How quickly can you get us there? He's still looking at Junior, but speaking to the Blackstaff.
I could. I mean, I don't have any teleport circles that are nearby that location. The best bet is riding out on horseback immediately. It's not too far, I guess, an hour.
Regroup in an hour.
As in, an hour would be how long it would take you to travel there, not how long it would take the Blackstaff. Cool, okay.
Yeah. I was just saying to everybody, regroup in an hour.
Here.
Here.
So, Junior, as a note to the new powers that have been bestowed upon you, you now have immunity to blindness. You have dark vision.
Write this down.
Yes, probably a good idea. Immunity to blindness, dark vision out to 60 feet, immunity to darkness. Your wolf is now still based off of the Find Familiar spell, but you summon a direwolf when doing so,
Awesome.
which is large enough with which to ride.
Fuck yeah.
And both
this was the best decision I've ever made.
Both your sword and your short sword now become longsword +1 and short sword +1s. You've also
There was one in the middle there that I missed. Sorry, it was immunity to blindness, immunity to darkness. What there was something in between those two.
60 feet dark vision.
Out to 60 feet.
60 feet dark vision.
And then your longsword and short sword become longsword and short sword +1s.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you remember he says, "Call on me in your most trying time, and I will help, but once."
But once. Got you.
What that means is still open to interpretation.
Uh-huh.
Call upon the god of mischief.
Oh, I'm sure all these gifts don't come with a with anything negative about them. This will be fun.
You paid the price already. Becoming a champion with the god of mischief. Told you I'd break you. So, with plans to regroup in an hour, the party think over what has just occurred. The events almost unexpected. They have a plan. Be it the one that I'm thinking or their own, I don't know. That's up to them. Potentially save Flint. Cause a boon to Daggle Neverember. Lure him out. Cause a means to an end. But that have to wait for the next session. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Been an absolute pleasure. And we'll see you in roughly, I believe, 2 weeks' time, which will be the 6th of May. March. 6th of March. I know how months work.
Yep.
Sound good to you guys?
I will not be here.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you, but yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. It's fine.
If two people aren't able to make it, then we'll reschedule for another date, as has been the rule thus far. But for now, at least, keep an eye on the social media. We'll let you know when the next episode is. But until then, everyone, don't go rolling no ones. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.